I'm sorry, one, for the late start, but also I announced the stream and then didn't actually show up. So I just need to get a little more prepared. But I think we are ready to go here. Interesting. Okay. I think I'm going to need to wait. Oh, that's my tea. Um, there's going to be some stream housekeeping that I need to deal with. And unfortunately, for everybody who is most likely to hear this right now, it'll actually be on a VOD. So this won't be too helpful for you, and I won't belabor it now. But it looks like there have been some changes made to Twitch, and I'd really like to try and give those a shot. But we're gonna worry about that. We're gonna worry about that later. For now, we are going to focus on the lovely game, Industries of Titan. Brace Yourself Games, and it has gotten yet another update. So they're now on to the 29th patch, but I believe this is called Update 26. I don't think I wound up streaming it on the very first update, or like the very, very first version, but I feel like I've been with this game for a while. Um, and one of the things that was funny, they used to do Roman numerals for this. I can actually just bring I don't quite know why, but Edge has really decided that it wants to. Oh, there we go. Nope, they still want to have a little bit of give on the horizontal. Like, you can't see what's going on, so let's fix that. Here we go. So I don't know why it's insisting that I be able to scroll left and right, but they do. Actually, come to think of it, on the odd chance that some of you are good at 3D, they are currently looking for a 3D character and generalist artist. So 3 years production experience, shipped at least one game as a character artist. I'm going to leave this to your... actually, what I'll do is I'll direct you to their website, because you're probably also going to want to learn about the beautiful city that they live in. But I have had the pleasure of getting to meet a few of the people at Brace Yourself Games, specifically because they got jobs there while I was, while I've been streaming Industries of Titan and that. It's occurred to me, I don't think I've ever actually done Crypt of the Necrodancer on stream. I am terrible at it, so I'm probably going to need to try and put that behind some really greedy stretch goal or something like that, so I can finally buy some bookshelves or something. But yeah, for those of you who happen to have that skill set, or perhaps know someone who is, obviously, job searches. Number one, if you're looking for a job, keeping yourself open to possibilities, taking the ones that come up when they're there is very important. But likewise, developers and the people who are hiring in general benefit from having a nice deep pool of applicants. So I would encourage you, if you think that you fit the description, I am really looking forward to playing more things that Brace Yourself has in store for us. And I sincerely hope that you will be one of the people to help make those even better experiences. I think what I'll do, I'll start with the patch notes. There's some stuff that I wanted to share as well, but I figure probably that's better for the interactive parts anyway. Mostly it's all kind of goodish news so far as data is concerned, and all of that. But I know that's of sort of limited interest to some people. So maybe we'll do like a just chatting at the end, or if it becomes a really big priority, we'll worry about it now. But let's go through the update 26 notes, and we can jump into the game. And then if the mood or the muse takes us a certain direction, that's why we can shift categories. So update 26, multi-ship combat. So it gives you an idea of what we have in store. Greetings, Founder. A new update is here, finally introducing the long-awaited ability for multi-ship combat. This has been one of the most received pieces of feedback, so we're really excited to implement this today. Along with multi-ship combat changes, we have a ton of other new features, changes, balance adjustments, and fixes in this update. See you on Titan soon. And as always, changes and new features. The Saturn icon indicates a change due to community feedback. Combat changes. Added multi-ship combat support. Ships can now be attacked by more than one ship. Enemies can attack a single ship with multiple enemy ships too soon, so be careful. Let me just read that again. Multi-ship combat support. Ships can now be attacked by more than one ship. Enemies can attack a single-player ship with multiple enemy ships too, so be careful. Now, I was under the impression that was already happening in the game, and perhaps there was something that changed to take it away. But either way, that latter part, my behavior won't change. I will probably try and swarm more enemy ships now that that's implemented. I have to assume that was a very involved shift because, like, if you look at the way it's laid out, you have your ship, the other one. I suspect that was probably not intended at the start. But a really good example, and they don't just do early access because they want the money earlier. This is probably another really big change that has happened specifically because of people picking up the game and engaging, which makes me regret not being more active on the Discord. But anyways, added lines between ships to show who is attacking who. Aren't you supposed to say whomst? Added each attacking ship can have its weapons manually targeted in combat view. Added ships can continue attacking buildings while they are being attacked by another ship. That was a big one for me. Rebel ships will still change target to the first ship that attacks them. Added 15 new rival ship layouts, as if I wasn't struggling with the ones that are in the game already. Changed idle ships that are overlapping will slowly repel each other until they're no longer overlapping. Oh, that is a wonderful change. And that's a really clever way to do it, too. Please brace yourself, people. It's almost like they know how to make games. And changed idle player ships to automatically engage an enemy ship that is attacking another nearby friendly ship. Oh, I like that a lot, actually. Sorry, some of this is taking a minute to sink in. I'm going to enjoy a sip of tea. This is the secret tea that I found while cleaning the apartment. And that doesn't mean expired, but it is discontinued. Okay. Campaign map changes added tooltips to all the fields of the details panel for selected sectors in campaign mode and visual improvements to the campaign map to help with readability. Added more visual differences between biomes. Null sectors on the campaign map can now be selected with an explanation of what they are. Cannot start missions on these sectors. Added purchasable sectors to the campaign map. These sectors can now be purchased with favor. Oh, that's interesting. So you potentially get to your goal faster by denying yourself the benefits at the start of your campaign. Interesting. Purchase sectors will not have an available mission, but will grant access to any adjacent missions. Added the tooltip Start a New Mission button in the campaign mode when an invalid sector or no sector is selected. And added a confirmation pop-up when going to replay a mission. New victory cards and starting bonuses. Changed the colors of all victory cards, added new victory cards, added 4 new starting bonuses. Down the hatch. Residential buildings will produce less waste when built next to crevices. Residential buildings will produce less waste when built next to crevices. Crevices next to residential buildings will produce pollution. Eco-friendly factories. Active factories do not emit pollution. Factories cannot be upgraded. So I was watching the Brace Yourself Twitch channel, which I feel like I should be shouting out here. A wonderful team associated with it. I think lately when I've been watching it has been Maddie and Demi. And I know Demi is the community manager, and I really regret to say this. I believe Maddie has been promoted, but I do not know what her official title is. But in any case, I remember Maddie for being the one who I would interact with. I think it was Ryan that gave me the key to Industries of Titan, and it was Maddie that gave me the key for Brace Yourself Games. Maddie's the one who I usually interact with sort of on the streamer side of things. But what I did not appreciate was that I had actually started at Brace Yourself roughly around the time that I started doing this Industries of Titan stuff. Like I kind of had assumed that they'd been with Brace Yourself sort of from the beginning. but it's kind of fun. I don't know why, but that creates this weird sense of solidarity to me that, like, I think it would be fair to say for me that Industries of Titan is actually quite a special Brace Yourself game for me, because it sort of marks. There were a number of factors that all kind of came together. I had been given some data to sort of help do some work with. I, you know, got this nice opportunity to do Industries of Titan around the time I was sort of at loose ends as far as, a publisher that I had sort of a long relationship with, sort of unceremoniously severed the connection without a whole lot of explanation. And in fact, had said they would do something and then just didn't. And not getting a reply to emails was sort of how that was communicated, that thing was no longer happening. So yeah, needless to say, not an ideal set of circumstances. And, a developer who I had found out was Canadian, which delighted me, but obviously had made a game which, as far as I'm concerned, like, Crypt of the Necrodancer is like the biggest thing ever. It's like equal to Cyberpunk, right? Again, I don't know what I'm talking about in the games industry. But it was nice. Like, this developer who had done some stuff that I was really interested in, sort of tossed around this key at a time that it was particularly appreciated on my part. And that is one reason why I am probably a bigger fan. Like, I definitely consider my interest in Brace Yourself games to be the interest in it as a company and as a group of people, as well as people who wind up making some very excellent games. But of course, the reason why I recommend the games to you are because I think they're very good ones. Now, I was going to try and save this for when I was about to play, but because, of course, I've made a recommendation here, now is the time where I should do that disclosure that, in addition to all of this, well, I guess, you already got that from the context of the story, but if it was not apparent, yes, I have been given a copy of Industries of Titan for promotional purposes, and that is a thing of value. It is one of those things where you should disclose it conspicuously, and I've done so. I know the FTC guidelines actually say you need to do that a few times over the stream to help people pick up on it. I feel like I should be a little bit better at remembering to do that partway through. But the thing is, there's also this trend now where people are putting like hashtag sponsored, and it's implying that they're getting paid to stream it. And that, like, it's a conscious quote unquote mistake that people are making. It's essentially implying a deeper connection to the developer than they actually have. And it's a shame, because essentially what it's doing is it's taking a consumer friendly kind of an activity, a regulation that obviously caused a bit of a stir at the time, and essentially it's sort of turning it into this marketing campaign, which, I don't know, like, the problem personally that I have with it, and in the end, I'm not a developer, so I really don't have a leg to stand on with this. But I think a fair interpretation for a lot of people is that the idea of sponsorship implies an exchange of money. And the problem with this is that if you wind up saying something sort of unsavory, or you wind up saying something that is sort of counter to what you would maybe say the values of the company are, that reflects on the company. That's a case where they're now sort of being lumped in with something that they didn't necessarily want. And the reason for them experiencing that is purely because somebody's trying to, juice their numbers a little bit. Now, on the other hand, like, it is, I believe, one of the things that's present in that FTC guideline. So maybe I'm just reading this the wrong way, but I did kind of take a look into it. And I think most people I've talked to feel about sponsored that way. So I am not sponsored by Brace Yourself Games, but I think that's a really interesting company, and everybody I've interacted with from that company is impossibly nice, so much so that it makes me ashamed of myself. Not for interacting with them, but just by comparison, it's hard to feel good when you're like beside these people who are like borderline angelic. I like that I can be so enthusiastic about their games, but I also recognize that there is a responsibility to making sure that people understand that there's a thing of value that's been exchanged, and that is one reason why I'm playing the game. With that in mind, active factories do not emit pollution. Wait a minute, System Shock, I hear you say. I didn't know factories emit pollution. Neither did I. save for the fact that there will probably be a patch note down below that says that factories now emit pollution. And that was something that I got off of the Brace Yourself Twitch channel. Off-brand devices. Devices cost less resources to build. Devices take longer to build. Oh, God. I always kind of get impatient with devices, but actually, I really don't need a lower cost for devices. So, cheap construction materials. Mineral costs for buildings are significantly reduced. Buildings are more flammable. Oh, hang on. That's interesting. So I was just thinking like mineral costs for buildings, but factories are built out of isotopes, but everything else is built out of. Okay, that's actually quite funny. And this is interesting. So it's not that the buildings are, it's not that they're more easily damaged. It's more that just once they take that damage, they're more likely to get set on fire, which means that there are other things that you can do to mitigate that. You can dedicate your tech resources to trying to sort of counteract those effects. That's a really neat way of doing that. Again, I always sort of think this, I realize this sort of sounds like hero worship at this point, but one of the things I sometimes think about when I read patch notes, I always sort of think it's like if somebody had presented this as a problem to me and asked how I would have solved it, I was trying to think of like how I would have answered it, because that's usually the obvious choice, right? I play games, I'm going to compare it to things that I've experienced in other games, and I'm going to move forward. And I've talked about this in terms of trying to give feedback, because I did get sort of a response from someone when I'd offered some feedback that they, sort of highlighted one thing that they liked, which was I talked a lot about how I felt in a game. And this is different from saying, you need to change this value from like a 5 to a 6. Because chances are the developers have considered changing the number from a 5 to a 6. And there are 4 or 5 other things in the background which I'm not considering, which is why, 5 is there even if it's imposing this inconvenience on me. So I really took that to heart. And I tried to have my feedback be framed in that spirit. But the other thing that's done is that's kind of given me a little bit of a heuristic to think about other, to think about the things I see in patch notes. And I now think it's like, okay, so if I had to like walk into a meeting and people were asking me for the solution, what would I say? And 9 times out of 10, that's going to be the obvious choice. And what becomes interesting is when you see something in a patch note and it's different from what you would have suggested, because then you can sort of see, so that's the problem that they were trying to fix. So good example here. It's like, hey, we were coming up with a starting bonus called cheap construction materials. And I believe there's already a bonus in here that makes the buildings more fragile. But in this case, I'd say, it says, what do you think the effects of that should be? It's like, lower mineral cost and they take more damage. Nobody's going to complain about that, right? And sure, you'll probably want to defend your buildings a little bit more aggressively. You'll have fewer opportunities to, really let the rebels sort of get lulled into your trap. But I just sort of feel like this is a way to engage with the fire a little bit more. I feel like this maybe opens up a little bit more in terms of possibilities, and that's one of the reasons why I'm interested by this, because it went for the not obvious but potentially very rewarding choice. I say this as somebody who's going to be affected by this, so like maybe I should just wish that they make it easier. But new council favors and changes. Added a confirm button for allocating favor. Starting a mission with unconfirmed favor allocated will have a confirmation pop up to confirm favor allocation. And added new council favor options. Free starting tech allows you to start a session with 1 or more random free techs of any level. Cost of claiming ruins reduces the influence cost of claiming ruins. Now that's kind of interesting, because that in a way winds up being an influence increase, sort of. Cost of claiming empty tiles. Reduce the influence cost of claiming empty tiles. Cost of claiming resource patches. Reduce the influence cost of claiming resource patches. Cost of claiming obsidian ruins. Reduce the influence cost of claiming obsidian ruins. I can definitely see that one applying for me. And this is one I'll probably use quite a bit. Increase the HQ start range. Start a session with an increased HQ range. I'm hoping that means that as you continue to upgrade the HQ, it expands proportionately. But it's also important to note that that is not necessarily what this note says. It says you start with one. That doesn't mean if you go up to 2 and 3 that they get a comparable increase. I imagine that they would, though, because council favor is a pretty precious resource. New Science Lab technologies and tech web changes. Added a third category to the Science Lab that will list all of the techs currently visible, but not yet accessible in the tech web. That definitely seems like a nice quality of life improvement. Added 19 new technologies. I'm going to read for the ones that are like the name is the effect. I'm not going to read it twice. But reduced obelisk power requirement, reduced office power requirement, reduced turret power requirement, increased park range, increased park livability, increased HQ livability, increased obelisk livability, increased hospital livability, reduced smokestack livability penalty, reduced shipyard livability penalty, reduced mine livability penalty, reduced turret livability penalty, reduced zethane loss from filters, increased filter rate, hospital employee reduction, industrial fan employee reduction, air filter employee reduction, mine employee reduction, smokestack employee reduction, factory pollution reduction, and reduced device repair time. One thing I will note, I should double check, or maybe it's the HQ? No. I believe, so if you notice like the livability adjustments, I believe the spaceport and the council headquarters cannot be reduced by that. That's an interesting choice. It sort of makes sense, but this is neat, the way that they've done the balance changes. But first, miscellaneous. Change factories with employee modules inside will display the no worker flag if a module doesn't have a worker assigned. Change the HUD layout so that it works better with smaller resolution screens. Change the hospital overlay to better show which hospital is providing a healing bonus to nearby buildings when there are multiple hospitals near each other, and added the ability to overwrite saves. While saving, you can select previous saves to overwrite them. You will have the option to rename the save or keep the same name when overwriting. I didn't even know you were limited on overwriting saves. I think maybe I assumed that because the hardcore mode exists. Like it just constantly overwrites the save. Balance changes. Docking a ship in a shipyard will instantly heal all employees on board. I wonder if that's to prevent the No, I don't. Well, no, I guess oxygen hits you for health. So yeah, maybe that is to prevent the oxygen problem, or like having your life support knocked out. Adjusted victory point generation so that higher tier points will continue from previous points. Reduce the amount of research time added per tech. Increase the effectiveness of the research efficiency techs. Factories emit low levels of pollution while active. I wonder if the balance here was to sort of stop people from... Well, no, because I guess if you do... I was just wondering, it's like, okay, so if you're using factories and you're using them as like replacements for other buildings, like is there a reason you'd want to stop that? I have a feeling that this also means that my work from home setups are going to be generating a low level of pollution, and as a consequence, they're going to be less economically viable because, of course, it means that my population gets sick and I have to either replace them or I will have fewer people come onto the ships. But that's fine because I tend to work towards residential and office buildings anyway. Starting bonus choices from the start of the session are reduced from 4 to 3. You can use council favor to increase this to 4 again. That's a neat choice. Starting bonuses are no longer tied to victory cards. Starting bonuses that are not selected for a session will have a credit bounty on them next time they are presented. Again, another very clever choice there, because I know I was talking in the previous one how I sort of feel like there's a couple of starting bonuses that I like always go for. And so what they've done here is they've given me a reason to select some of these other ones. It's like, I think what's neat about this too, I don't know if they have any, I guess they call it telemetry, but like, I don't know if they have any data set up to sort of identify certain prices. But like These are to be honest, when I first started requesting data sets from developers, and astonishingly, some of them said yes, and I'm very grateful for that. But I had sort of thought that it was much more common to have information about what players were doing, and in fact, this is the like microeconometrics is certainly something I am much better at than things like forecasting. But of course, the thing is that what I've learned now through experience is that forecasting is like one of the biggest things that people want. And obviously, like the purpose of trying to do data stuff for people is to be helpful. Like they're under no obligation to give me an education, right? What I'm hoping is that my experience can be useful enough to someone that I'll be able to get my hands on real data and do other work. But like this is a great example of the sort of stuff that, well, sorry, assuming that this were to be measured, like this is actually something I'd be really interested in because you can sort of do almost this like hedonic model of how much players value certain parts of the game, basically. So like you've now assigned a price at which you'll potentially pick this other option, you know, to take on a certain penalty and to gain a certain bonus. And then essentially, when you do that over a large number of people making those kinds of choices, what you can start to do is actually identify sort of a price at which, a price at which these choices suddenly become viable or interesting for people. And if you sort of find that, now, I suppose a perfectly balanced game would be one in which you don't really see any kind of price difference. You don't need to raise the price to, have people on average pick this one over that one. But presumably what you would see out of that, this is the thing, like just because I find that an interesting, data project doesn't necessarily mean that's helpful for a developer. But the way something like that becomes helpful for a developer is that if you can identify essentially, card A is commanding a higher price than card B, and if your intention is perfect balance, which again, that's not necessarily what every game is looking for, then in fact, arguably in some cases, perfect balance can be kind of boring, but it's important for competitive games, so I think people tend to overvalue it. Sorry, I'm giving too much editorial here. But that's actually really neat that they're measuring that, and I wonder if they'll be looking at people's choices doing that, because I think that would actually potentially give some very interesting insight in terms of what people consider to be like difficult challenges or undesirable features in the game in a way that isn't the same as sort of like doing a survey and asking, hey, what do you think is the most difficult thing in the game? Anyway, starting bonuses are no longer tied to sorry, I read that before. Taking bonuses with a credit bounty will add that bounty to your starting credits for the session and use up the bounty. A starting bonus will need to be passed over in another session before it will have a bounty again. Reduce the map size of campaign sessions. Corporate sectors needed for victory, will provide a significant amount of favor. Campaign sessions provide different amounts of favor gained for completion based on the mission parameters. Longer sessions provide more favors. Shorter sessions provide less favor. Higher rebel aggression will provide more favor. Lower rebel aggression will provide less. I was somewhat under the impression that this already happened, but I guess it didn't. And in fairness, I did not play a lot of different scenarios after this has been introduced. So I love Industries of Titan, but I play it very slowly. So adjusted city livability to be affected by population density. This will be interesting. Having a large number of citizens living in high livability housing will be required to raise the total city livability. Having a low number of citizens living in high livability housing will only raise the total city livability by a small amount. So my guess here is that you had a bunch of people who were sort of building these like slums basically, but they were able to, make these pockets of paradise and the overall livable, which if you think about it is actually kind of Titan-like, right? Like that, this is the neighborhood you leave for like the advertising purposes, and like all of the other neighborhoods are these really horrible ones, and of course that's what allows you to have this influx of new citizens, a little bit like the opening movies suggesting. But that's kind of funny. Again, I don't know if that's what people were doing, but I could imagine that would be why a change like this is coming in. Anyways, Time for fixes. Titan Radio Connoisseur not unlocking if the whole soundtrack was played in manual mode. Faster employee movement, tech VFX not displaying inside of buildings. Fixed a crash that could happen when connecting or upgrading mines. Fixed a crash that could happen while dismantling roads in certain scenarios. Fixed rival ship colors not appearing in the combat view. Fixed selecting all residential buildings showing unlivable after selecting a residential building that was disabled from waste while the game was paused. Fixed a situation where employees could become stuck after pausing and resuming building construction multiple times. Fixed level 2 and level 3 perks having the tops poke out while burrowed. That's kind of funny, actually. I don't burrow a whole lot, so I haven't seen that. Fixed level 3 mines not appearing lit at the structure's base, and disabled parks sometimes being visible when next to other parks. Wait, disabled parks sometimes being visible when next to other parks? I wonder if they mean invisible. All right, known issues. Some localization is missing from the game still. Actually, known issues I tend to skip over. Maybe if I'm going to be filling out a bug report, I will go over the known issues, but we do want to jump into the game. So, there's one other quick thing I want to take a quick look at. I did write an article recently, but I don't know if any of you want to hear that first or just jump into the game. But my inclination is to focus on the game, and then if you want to hear the article, we can work that out. Where are you?
Titan. Everyone comes to Titan with a dream. Our moon is one of limitless wealth. There are ancient riches here for those with the strength to claim them. But some dreams start smaller. A better life, more dignity, more comfort. Today, Titan is a place where you can buy those dreams, where anyone can profit. But it isn't easy. You have to prove yourself here. Those who settle here take that risk. And without their diligent labor, our power grid would fail. Pollution would overwhelm us. And our trade would collapse. It's hard work, but on Titan, hard work isn't enough. The bold, the strong, those are the people Titan rewards. Those are the ones who see their dreams through. Exceptional people. Friends to the Council. That is why we're giving you this opportunity, Founder. We expect great things from you. Make sure you live up to our expectations.
Early Access Roadmap updated December 2022. Multi-ship combat, global livability index, viable council-owned sectors, new council favors, new starting bonuses, new technologies, and extra favor in the campaign. Planned future updates, more quality of life, victory conditions, music, new map locations, tech web nodes, character interactions, and starting bonuses. So again, I think there was a while when we were kind of getting ready for the launch. I don't quite know where that's going to I don't quite know where that is, and I suspect that Brace Yourself is going to announce it when they're ready. I have to imagine that probably you do not want to be releasing a kind of a builder, a sim, when Dwarf Fortress is coming out. So I would not see this getting a December release. But needless to say, the longer the game, I mean, it's tricky, right? Like, I think to a certain extent, people will want to decide whether or not they're gonna really do something big on the game, which I suspect would probably be decided after the game is released, and whether or not there's still an appetite for more Titan, or to move on to the next one. So, you know, this is where the player side of me probably works counter to the developers. Like, to a certain extent, like, I just wish that, you know, well, congratulations, Brace Yourself. Industries of Titan is now your life's work. Now get back to work. Whereas, you know, I'm sure there are some people who've got game ideas that they want to work on. Not to imply that I think people are getting tired of working on Titan, because there's still fun stuff coming out, but yeah, this is the drawback, right? If you're a player, you want someone. This is actually one thing that bugs me when I sometimes look at reviews for games. So I think BattleTech had gotten 3 substantial DLC, and they essentially announced that they were going to be moving on to other projects, which we still don't know what those are yet, incidentally. And, you know, everybody sort of said, oh, Harebrained Schemes are abandoning BattleTech. And I'm like, come on, guys. Like, number one, you know, 3 big DLC for this game. And then number 2, I'm assuming that the FASA license doesn't last forever. I know it's Jordan Weisman's company, or at least was. But, you know, all the BattleTech stuff's owned by Microsoft, so I'm assuming that there is a limit as to how long they can continue producing stuff for that. But again, it's the difference between someone's perspective as a player versus a creator. So, we're going to continue playing the campaign. I'm sorry to delete the old campaign, but I really do not like... if I see a warning beside the save file, I sort of figure it's probably not a good idea to carry on that way. So we are going to be doing some opening moves, but it sounds like there's going to be a bit more variety in some of the different scenarios that we encounter. I might mention this a couple of times. There is a react button, at least for me, that has been added to the stream. Now, so far as I can tell, what Twitch is trying to do is to get people to do individual reactions to things, like, in the moment. So, because I am obviously a very hilarious individual, I expect you all to do the LOL constantly. But, you know, so with that in mind, I think the idea here is that they're trying to essentially crowdsource the analytics, if I want to sound like, I don't know, Lio Visk. I think the idea here is that basically they are, I think they're, like, they're trying to give information to the broadcaster, or at least allow the audience to communicate to the broadcaster some of the things that they like anonymously. Although I don't think they can communicate negative emotions, which I kind of prefer. But anyways, we'll see. So for those of you that are interested in this feature and don't mind telling me that you've used it, I would be interested to know how it works. But obviously, if you just want to use it as designed, like, go nuts, I'll check in on it. But I suspect I'm probably not big enough for that to tell me anything meaningful. All right, different tiers of resources represent different levels of refinement. The higher the tier, the more potent the resource. Rarmonger, you used the lol one. Apparently it has a 5-minute timer on it. Thank you, Rarmonger. I'm glad you find me a hilarious individual. I don't even have my camera on. Good to see you as well. So, I do want to see... Or I guess this doesn't count as a... I guess this doesn't count as like a blocked sector. Okay. let's start with the starting favor. Ooh, these are expensive. Well, not as expensive as research, though. I may actually go for renegotiations. Oh, actually, I really like the fact that it's called renegotiations now that I think of it. Like, again, this is really leaning into this idea of... Or actually, no, I guess influence is the currency. But, you know, you've demonstrated your ability to get things done, and so you use that to get better terms with the council. That's kind of neat. Again, I don't think people play this stuff for the story. In fairness, there's a lot of games which have a story and you wind up skipping over it. But I really like that they seem to have thought through what life is like on this world and this moon, I guess. Does a moon count as a world? I will let the astronomy buffs decide. But yeah, I don't know. Like, excuse me. I feel like there's a lot of little, there's just a lot of little touches where you're like, oh, that's a really neat idea. Okay, but I have to work with what I've got. So I'm going to say employees. I tend to go pretty heavy on employees. So we've got 13 left. So I think what I'll do here is I will reduce the cost of Obsidian Ruins first. And resource patches is because the isotopes tend to be quite costly. And I don't think I can get anything for one favor. I suppose alternatively, I give up the resource patches and I go for one more batch of employees. No, I think we're going to lock that in. Okay. Let's see if we can maximize... See, the thing is that for the short ones, it still takes me a while. So I sort of feel like going for the largest rewards, even if it means... Well, this one says normal length. Is there an example of a long one that we... Yeah, but that doesn't give as much. Easy rebel aggressiveness, hard rebel aggression. Okay. 7 camps versus 5. Okay, interesting. So yeah, I mean, the rebel aggression is going to be a problem, but that just gives us a reason to go a little bit faster in terms of our defenses. So normal length, martial mastery, industrial ideologue, energy empire, enterprising employer. We'll find out what we need to accomplish as we jump in. Thanks to the high demand for custom ship designs, the aeronautical engineers are... Thanks to the high demand for custom ship designs, aeronautical engineers are one of Titan's most prestigious careers. They are followed closely by test pilots, though given the high mortality rate, it is difficult to call that role a career. Okay, so we've got three choices now. We've got off-brand devices. Devices cost 80% less to construct and 200% longer to build. Superhighways, trucks are 100% faster on roads, but roads grant negative livability. And then down the hatch, residential buildings next to crevices produce 75% less waste, but the affected crevices will emit pollution. I think I'm going to try... I love the idea of down the hatch, but I think I'm going to try superhighways. Give my workers something to think about, but I want to edit the priorities a little bit. This is just my usual move extraction and salvage above. In fact, I'm also going to make salvage higher than extract. This is just so that if I tell them to do something, they're going to follow through on that right away. That's a small preference that I have. Should it be generalized? I don't know. It's not my job to tell you how to play the game. But it sure works for me. Okay. So good news is we've got some salvage to work with right away. Ooh. Looking good for artifacts too. Don't know about this. So the energy is nice. Not so sure about the Zethane, seeing as I'm probably going to want to stick the turbine here. I think I'm going to extract it this time. Zethane does... Like, so the problem with Zethane is the fact that it affects the livability. You lose the love react, still a 5-minute timer. I almost unsubscribed because the icon is right next to it. Wait, you're subscribed? I'm sorry, it doesn't say that on your profile for some reason. Or maybe, sorry, you probably mean unfollowed. Yeah. It's not something I like regularly check for, so yeah. But no, I totally get what you mean. Oh god, it's terrible, right? Like on YouTube, everybody refers to subs, and they're like, "Oh yeah, you're getting close to 1,000 subs," and I'm like, "I'm not even close. I didn't know you could pay YouTubers." And what they're referring to is like when you hit 1,000 subs, that's when you can turn on advertising to like make you money as opposed to just YouTube money. So that was why everybody was like really pushing me on that milestone, and it's like, oh, okay, I get it now. So I say pushing me, like they were getting excited for me, which is nice. I mean, look, I am not going to complain about people being nice on the internet. You're a community manager. Oh my goodness, Ramogre. So did I know this about you, or have I just been so rude that I've never asked? Do you mind if I ask? Maybe it would probably be untoward to ask what communities you manage, but like, is it a gaming community management job? I'm gonna make a small adjustment to the movement as well, and this is so that I can get those isotopes before I get those minerals. Well, I apologize for forgetting if I did ask before, and more importantly, if I didn't ask before, I apologize for not asking, because that sounds like a really interesting and worthwhile job. But I will do my best to remember for the future. Okay, I'm already full, so let's get that factory up and running quickly. Actually, let's just take a quick second. I didn't really look at the lay of the land. So this is going to be a factory. This is going to be based on, this is going to be built around, like refining things. So it probably makes sense to be closer to the crevice here. Now, one drawback is the waste. So if I want to put the factory down, nope, actually, I even have a small fix for that. So we're going to start by putting down a factory. Now I am going to have to put down an energy pylon as well. So I can put it here, here, or here. Actually, I guess I can put it here as well. Sorry, I'm just trying to think it through. This makes slightly more sense. You're in games, though. You're from a third party, so your job is plastered in NDAs. Completely understand. One of my favorite little details that I found out about was apparently EA does not run its own social media accounts, which explained a couple of fairly high-profile... I don't know, I feel like if we talk about EA, then it's like... The constant emotion is outrage, but apparently it sort of came out that some of the more contentious tweets issued by that account were a function of the fact that they weren't running it. So. Community manager for NDA Online. My views are randomly generated by corporate proprietary softwares. That's a good way of running with that. I've always liked opinions are my own because I'm like, well, who else? I was, actually the funny thing is that I think that line is actually very rarely true for some people. If you have an opinion, I mean, this is true for me. Like, if you hear something clever online, you're probably more likely to repeat it rather than, do your own sort of, is this truly the case? Let us sit down and weigh the pros and the cons. Like, you're busy, right? Life goes on. You need to figure out what you're up to. But I know why people do that, right? You have to cover whatever outrages happen. Okay. Also, I apologize. I am actually feeling really worn out today. So I'm probably going to be slightly more incoherent than usual. Let's take a minute here and think about some of the goodies I'm going to buy. So again, I'd love to do a shipyard, but it's too expensive for me to buy outright. I think energy plant and fuel turbine are our usual go-tos. And then I've started building a smokestack earlier, so we start with that. So essentially we get to pick one more, and given the fact that we kind of want to see how these roads work, I think we will... No, not a storage facility. We will get the transport hub. You've worked with EA for a few days. They changed why they hired us daily. Then we dropped them. That's really funny, actually. I am not one of the people who automatically assumes EA is bad. But I suspect that if you work for them, you may have different views. Two of the people I know who work for EA were very happy with them, which I note. I think I'm gonna go for the citizen ad revenue, even though I'm not technically going to benefit from it right away. Look at these government workers. Also, I'm struggling to find my fuel. I know they said they changed the UI, but... Oh, here it is. Okay. So I could actually probably build one more power source. Let's go for it. So the next focus has got to be on getting my isotopes refined. So we'll start with the isotope input module. Again, we're going to need to source some minerals, which we can pick up out of the ground, but it makes a lot more sense to exploit whatever ruins you have access to. Thank you. I'm just mildly curious about the just how the feature works, because I'm not going to spend that much time ranting about data in the introduction to then sort of turn around and say, oh yeah, but the new analytics from Twitch, those don't mean anything. In fact, one thing that is very fair to say for my own work is that for some things I will pay attention to, just different kinds of metrics and how, for lack of a better term, how things are going. Interesting. But it'd be also fair to say that it doesn't really drive a lot of my decisions. So when it comes to trying to figure out, how to run the channel, how to try and grow it, I'm, in one sense I'm lost, but in another sense I've also not really sat down and had sort of a sustained think about how to make that happen. And I'm thinking maybe... Oh no, because it's full. So I can avoid this no more. But yeah, so like for somebody who's so data oriented in a lot of other things, I think it's quite fair to say that I don't really pay attention to a lot of the things that Twitch and Twitter provide me in terms of analytics. I'm overstating my case a little bit, because I do on YouTube take a look at it, and if I can, in terms of, if I just casually notice some kind of a trend on Twitch, let's say, I'm gonna pay attention to that. I'm gonna use both the revealed preferences and stated preferences of an audience to make decisions about what I'm gonna stream. But there's definitely a way for me to be a lot more engaged with the tools that that Twitch and YouTube are providing me for that sort of thing. But like on the other hand too, right? Like you don't, like, I don't know, quantifying how I'm failing to hit my ambitions as a broadcaster or whatever, like that doesn't sound as like a lot of fun. Whereas looking at somebody else's data and like really being able to get in deep and be like, oh hey, we learned something about a customer here. When I say a customer here, I mean like a type of customer, not like this specific person. Nobody gives me like individual data about people, at least not at not in my volunteer work. But yeah, no, I'm interested that they're providing that sort of stuff, and I feel like at some point I do need to get a bit better at engaging with these sorts of things, because I think it's also like I try not to feel too bad about my lot in the world, as far as broadcasting is concerned, but I also sort of think to a certain extent I kind of owe it to myself to at least try and do the basics. That is very true. I've actually looked a little bit at some of the Facebook stuff for trying to help someone out, and I've learned that there are some things that I think I have some added value on when it comes to, why did I build this relay this way? Shame on me. I think there are some things that I can offer that are helpful, but not, I don't know, like, I feel like as a whole, I could stand to be a little bit more, a little bit better versed in some of these things. Although I'm trying to think about how Twitch because I'll be honest with you, everybody wants to be an influencer. Everybody wants to, do well on Twitch. Actually, no, I guess I know how they were trying to make a bit of money from influencers. I remember for a while there was this idea that like an audience could pay to like get someone, or like donate bits or something like that, to get sort of priority placement on the categories. I've never worked for anyone that thought spending money on Facebook was worth it. That's fascinating. Because I think there's like a book by Brendan Keane or something like that called A Million Followers or whatever, which seems to focus almost exclusively on the Meta products. It wasn't Meta at the time that he wrote it. But I think based on that particular book, I was under the impression that Facebook was a lot better considered than what you're suggesting. But like the thing is, like that's a guy trying to sell a book, right? Like that doesn't tell me anything about the reality on the ground. So that's really interesting to hear that. That's really interesting to hear that Facebook has the reputation that it does. Of course, the other reading of what you said was that the people you work for don't think that spending money on Facebook is worth it, but you as the expert know that spending money on it is worth it. But I don't think that's where you were going with it.
Hey there, Founder. I was just down at the shipyard and I gotta say the operation we're putting together is pretty slick. Good ships, can't complain. We're building strong birds that can get in the sky and stay there. I know that sounds like not much to celebrate, but, well, I have had some bad gigs on Titan over the years. My philosophy is, you have high expectation, but deep inside you celebrate every day you don't die. My worst job? The ships were fine, the crews were fine, but the management was awful. Imagine, you sign up to fight rebels, but then your boss tries to steal from the council. Suddenly you're facing contractors with superior firepower, council cruisers breathing down your neck. The council didn't go after me when the dust settled. My CEO, though, he definitely died. Look, if you're gonna play on council land, if you're gonna take council cash, don't challenge them. We got good ships, Founder, but they have better ones, and a lot more of them than we do.
I think there was a plan at some point for there to be council ships that you could request. I don't know if that's still on the roadmap or not, but that's kind of a neat little picture on how life on Titan works. And never given a budget for it. Okay, yeah, so there's an open question as to whether or not Facebook's worth it. I'd like to know too, just because I think Shopify did a series of videos sort of talking about how to do well on Facebook. And I mean, like, for them, obviously, they're going to want people to set up their stores through them and such. I think I'm just going to rebuild the line and then dismantle this thing when the time comes. So, you know, again, it's just one of these... Okay, sorry. I'm going to take a second here and see if I can find the hotkey for shifting... cycling through the mineral types. Huh. Am I missing something here? I didn't realize that there were these many customizations, but what I'm looking for is the rotation through the types of... Oh. Shift none. Huh. Ah, glorious. Sorry, again, I'm completely out to lunch. I won't take the break right now, but I may need a minute just to sort of refill tea and otherwise sort of get myself back in some sort of, you know, coherent state. So, actually, here's an interesting question for you, Rotmonger. This might not be... So, okay, first of all, this is probably not an interesting question to you. But this is something that I'm sort of interested in. There are sort of a lot of opinions about marketing and just sort of influence in general. In some cases... You know, there's sort of the "it doesn't work on me" type of thing, and I realize community manager can be a different thing other than like general marketing. But I think there's a lot. So I think one thing is that there's a lot of opinions about how this stuff works, And then in addition, I also think that there is, for lack of a better term, like a lack of respect for some of this stuff right up until someone fails to make any sales, and then you know, all of a sudden the discussion is about discovery and you know, trying to be able to get the word out and things like that. So I suppose I'm trying to think of the best way to phrase this as a question. And again, please don't feel like you need to talk about work, because some of this might be stuff which is like, you know, no, this is what people pay me for. Like, my opinions on this do not come for free. But I'm kind of curious, like, what to you, when it comes to people who do social well, and maybe some people who are less effective at social. I closed this too soon. What do you think is one of the big one of the big differentiating features between people who kind of quote unquote get it and those who don't? If like the phrasing of that question makes any sense, I could just be talking nonsense here. I think I should just bite the bullet and build another storage container. You'd probably pay a lot more if you could answer that. No, it's fair. I mean, like, one of the difficulties that I run into is that I have lots of opinions on things. And to a certain extent, I don't even necessarily think it's unfair for me to have those opinions. I think they are about as good as I can get it in terms of... Actually, no, we are going to get rid of a worker here. You know, I think they're as good as I can manage under the circumstances. Maybe is, you know, I'm not sure the best way to put it, to be honest. But like, the thing is that there are people who are experts in some of these fields, and it is obviously much more interesting to hear from someone knowledgeable rather than someone from the outside offering an opinion. It's a little bit like, you know, if you want to get into journalism. But the only thing you want to write are opinion columns. There can be that point where you ask the question, like, are you getting into this because you like journalism, or are you getting into this because you feel like, you know, this is the way to get people to, like, hear your opinions on things? All right, like, there's lots of ways to let people hear your opinions. Working in a newsroom is not necessarily one of them. In fact, for a lot of journalists, I suspect that is not the job. Sorry, I have no idea why I'm going on this. I see you deal with a lot of individuals, and that makes them manageable to data for people who do the actual marketing usually. Okay, no, that's fair. But yeah, I don't know, like, I do like here, I think one thing, so again, that's obviously a big preface that I just sort of put at the start there. I really feel like I've messed up the design of this somehow. Oh no, I get it now. But yeah, so like there's a side of me, like when I try to think of like what community management is, or like why it's important or whatever, like one of the first things I sort of think of is that I see, again, marketing, community management, I realize that they're not necessarily one and the same, but I definitely see it as something which is an input into the production of a product, just as much as programming or, you know, or packaging or any of these other things would be. And again, just because there's a group of people who maybe doesn't necessarily recognize that fact, does not make that any less true. And that's kind of where I come back to that example that I was giving of like, people maybe are indifferent or maybe even have a negative view in terms of some of the market. Like, it's one of those like lesser evil things you need to do or whatever, or necessary evil, maybe not lesser evil. But yeah, in any case, like there's just this idea that that work is something other than the production of the item. And I think one of the reasons why I'm a little more sensitive to that, even though I'm not particularly good at selling myself, I think it is fair to say that you're probably signing yourself up for a world of pain if you are I think you're signing yourself up for a world of pain if you somehow decide to treat this thing as anything other than like an important part of the production process. But I also think I can draw an analogy for data work, because to a certain extent, I think, the fun part of data analysis is to, do the stat stuff, like, run a regression or otherwise, like, put numbers together in interesting ways to try and tell a story. But then this is the important part. Like, the tell a story part is actually quite important, because one of my big experiences, especially over like the last week or so, has been you can do a really careful analysis on something and say a particular thing, but it definitely is sort of the nature of life online right now, that just because you have said, this thing that you think is quite important, it definitely does not mean that that is going to be how people take it. In fact, it sometimes feels like on some sites at least, the experience is essentially to almost be guaranteed that the least charitable version of whatever you have said will be the one that sort of becomes the dominant narrative or whatever the right term is. But yeah, it's kind of interesting what you've said there about putting them into something that's manageable for the overall marketing team. Like, I keep screwing up this employee module. That is actually really interesting to me, just because I've never really thought of like community management as an input to a data pipeline. But of course, in reflection, that's exactly what that is. Yeah, and I mean, I think part of this too is because, like, I really like classics in school, and one of the things that was kind of fun about classics is that you are getting a picture on sort of a way of looking at the world. People who are really from history, people who lived and had ideas and priorities, and it's very cutesy to say people just like you and I, but like the weird thing is they're not like us. Like they believe some really crazy things by our standards, but to be able to sort of develop enough empathy to be able to sort of understand that was one thing I really enjoyed about those kinds of courses. So obviously, my experience with those subjectivities that you're talking about, can be something of a clash of different cultures. Something that I'm hoping is like, hey, yeah, I'm going to share this thing I really like, and then all of a sudden, like, some stranger comes out and is like, that thing you like sucks. How dare you even talk about that? It's like, oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to bother you. You're the corporation with a friendly face for the customer, but you're really living info gathering. Oh man, okay. This is fun because like I do know a couple of people who do community management, but I've always sort of talked about other things with them, not even necessarily related to community management. So this idea of sort of seeing it as a gathering data gathering operation. Like you're speaking my language. This is beautiful. Okay, I think what I'm going to do is build a work from home setup, but there are going to be some problems just because of where the wind's blowing. I think I can't really let it get too delayed, though. I'm eventually going to need some cash. Well, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put down one more fuel fabricator. Oh, it's a gorgeous looking game. So here's a crazy one for you. So actually, if you didn't know, photo mode. I love that they included this. The temptation to just sit in photo mode and never do anything else is tremendously tempting. That's fine, Titan. Or we're on Titan, that's why we can't see it. Saturn, there it is. I kind of feel like you have to go wide lens if you're obviously it's a very small little enterprise we got here, but can I get rid of the behold? Great stuff though, right? But would you believe that this is actually the first game that the art director has worked on? Sir Karma was he did this really popular series of tweets sort of showing just kind of showing off this really nice voxel art, and he got a lot of attention for it, and we now know, and I know this because I got to ask when they did one of their sort of AMA events. I think this was during the Steam launch, or maybe it was Twitter. I can't remember, or Reddit. I mean, I might be wrong in terms of where I got to ask this question, but one way or the other, I was able to ask it, and essentially it was sort of. I remember seeing him do so there was basically I think what it had come down to was I remember seeing his tweets. Was he hired specifically because of those tweets, or had he been working on Industries of Titan before we knew of it as Industries of Titan, and this was just him sort of doing his practice, and I think basically he'd worked in advertising. That was just sort of a little hobby project for him to make these neat-looking voxel thingies. And so far as I can tell, Ryan Clark called him up, and I think he might have even said no originally because I think he wanted to stay in France. But anyways, Sir Karma can tell his story, but one way or another. He did wind up attached to the project, and I feel like the project's a lot better for it. Another name attached to the project that wasn't necessarily there at the start. I believe Andy Wynn came on to Industries of Titan after it had been started. So I'm even trying to remember where I saw the screenshot, but there was this very sort of flat-looking screenshot of Industries of Titan. And you can sort of see where the stuff that we recognize here is, but it's pretty clear to me at least that that's a prototype. I'm a little curious about that handoff, right? Because it's obviously a really, really great game, and it's also really clear, right? You can see how Andy Wynn and Sir Karma, or Antoine, I think it's Antoine Lavandre, So I'm just so used to calling, like, I only have ever known of Andy Wynn as Andy Wynn because I've like heard an interview with him, I think when he was working on Monaco, and he did another real-time strategy game called Tooth and Tail. Whereas Sir Karma, I've only ever associated with those images. I think I got this wrong. Yeah, I think I'm going to have to dismantle this one. But yeah, so with the, for that reason, I associate sort of like one name with sort of one set of things, and another name with I know of one name because that was where I was introduced to that name, and then the other one I sort of know through, what am I trying to say? The other name I sort of know through, like I know because I saw them first online, like showing their art, and it's funny. There's actually a story that I've heard about Will Smith in The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. So I'm assuming that everybody sort of knew that this would be sort of the star vehicle for him. And I guess it was whoever wound up playing Carlton. Anyways, they're like trying to pick a name for the character. And apparently this actor says to Will Smith, is like, your character's name is going to be Will Smith, because that is all, like, the name of this character is going to be all that anyone ever, like, will ever know you as. And then apparently, some decades after, the two of them are going down the street, and sure enough, there's someone who recognizes them as like, Will Carlton, and yeah, there's the wisdom of that position, take or leave it. But yeah, anyways, I guess this is the funny thing for me, right? Is that like because I really like both of their stuff, right? Like, they make games I really like. They seem to be really, nice people. Sir Karma in particular has got facial hair to be envious of. But yeah, like, it's just, if you just happen to be in the right circumstance, like, you'll forever, one of them's forever going to be branded with one name, and that's just because that's, that was the default. That was where I first sort of was introduced to them. So, anyways, probably belabored that point longer than it needed to be made. But like I said, I'm actually definitely, I'm feeling quite, I don't know, airheaded right now. I just probably had a long day. There's a few things. So I've been like cleaning the apartment, and I could be a much better housekeeper than I am. So that was the sort of operation. If you ever read about, I don't know, Operation Overlord, that's the sort of thing that you can imagine. But I've just been like, for work, there's a bunch of stuff that I've needed to do, and just very wearying. But I realize it's sort of making me a little less fun to watch. I'll try and pick it up a bit. So how do I wind up getting these two to connect again? I'm gonna trust the process on this. I think I have to connect them like so. Yeah, and then these ones overlap. Now I remember. It's still buried in books. No, the books have been properly stored now. I'm very happy about that. There's an oh no reaction, which I think I've lost the. Oh, gotcha. The reacts. Thank you. Yeah. So no, I actually managed to get the books. I'm reasonably happy with how it turned out, because my kitchen was slowly being taken over by board games as well. And this is ridiculous because like I kind of feel like board games discriminate against the lonely. Like I do not have any friends that play board games, but you know that hasn't stopped me from you know, recklessly buying more. So you know, I could be using these tier 2s to produce my isotope line. But yeah, what was I gonna say?
Oh, Founder! Glad I caught you. I just want a moment to tell you again how grateful I am. The job it's everything I've ever dreamed of, honestly. The amount of power your team is playing with here is very exciting. Most new professionals in my field don't get this kind of responsibility this early. But everyone's got to prove themselves, you know? And the earlier the better, I say. I'd rather flame out the first chance I get than spend years underperforming quietly in a corner. I mean, I don't want to flame out at all, but you know what I mean. Take big chances. Fail fast. Founder, I just wanted to say, thank you for giving me the chance to fail fast. I won't fail, but thank you for giving me the opportunity to fail, but I won't fail. Okay, thanks. Bye.
I've said this many times. Ayana is definitely my favorite character. There's a lot that I really like, but you're the type that has all the games but no one to play. Yeah. So like the thing is though that GMT has been quite good at making solo board games. There's a really neat one by Mark Herman called The Peloponnesian War. And there's some like really clever ideas inside of it. Like just overall, I really admire what they were sort of doing with that idea. But like I kind of wind up seeming like this very pathetic figure. Just kind of sitting alone in my apartment as a grown adult with a big stack of game boxes saying, "Oh, I don't need friends to play these." Ah! Yeah. But I don't know, there's something kind of fun about... Actually, okay, I've been listening to Designer Notes. For those of you not familiar with this is Soren Johnson, who worked with lead designer on Civilization 4, I think AI programmer on Civ 3, and I think did some design work. But he's interviewing... who is it? It's one half of Subset Games. I just don't remember which half. Sorry, this is bugging me now. Matthew Davis, and he was sort of talking about how it's very satisfying to like read the rules to a new board game, and like as soon as I heard that, I'm like, yes, brother, I know exactly what you're talking about. But yeah, like with that in mind, like I have slowly accumulated a number of them over time, and unfortunately, the one of the, I guess, consequences of that has been I first of all was having a little bit of trouble finding a spot for them, and then there's like this empty space on the kitchen counter. So I'm like, okay, I'll put it there for a little while. You know, those fateful words if you live on your own and like don't have someone to like sort of scold you for leaving stuff out too long. And all of a sudden, right, I'm accumulating more board games, and I'm like, oh, you know what? I should tidy these up. And of course, tidying them up does not mean putting them in a proper place. Tidying up means, you know, arranging them vertically and installing them even more permanently in the place they shouldn't be. In any case, I finally slew that beast. I was able to clear out the... I probably went a little too aggressive on clearing all this stuff out, but... I have a couple of, like, massive towers. One of the, so I've got one big tower of, like, board games. I'm so happy to see all my Netrunner stuff in one place. Netrunner's a card game, but you know what I mean. And then, because I was able to do that, I did wind up moving a couple of the book towers. So there's still 2 towers of books that are as tall as I am, but they are in slightly more sane locations. So it makes me feel a little bit better about the whole thing. Okay, we still have enough power on the grid, so I'm actually going to start by putting down the large storage container, and then we can follow up with the power. I'm delighted that you're making sane towers of books. Gotcha. Yeah. The one drawback is from a tidiness point of view, so I don't mind it. I still have, so let me just count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15... 15 stacks that are about waist height, and then 2 that go up to my shins, in addition to the ones that are like 6'2". And like, there is not one. Oh, sorry, I missed one more shin, shin height one. I would assert that there is not a pile here that I could not get the book that I want from. Now, of course, I'm not going to give any of you a tour of my apartment to confirm that, but, you know, I'm going to assert that. And, yeah, I mean, I sort of feel like, you know, for me, that's a system that works. But I'm also pretty sure for most people hearing that, let's say I know the demographics of my audience, so so far as I can tell, I am not a hit with the miladies, but that does not imply that that is, you know, nobody's watching. But I think it is fair to say that if you are a Ms. or Mrs. Of the feminine persuasion, however you would like to be described, for those of you listening to this, I think it's pretty fair to say that I am describing an environment in which, you know, one would not want to exist. So this is sort of an arrangement that I'm sort of aware of, that this lasts for about as long as I am living on my own, and as soon as somebody with taste and decency becomes an occupant of any building I live in, or any apartment that I live in, I'm pretty much going to have to either get some bookshelves, or I'm going to have to get rid of some of these books. And I actually thought about it. I really sat down and, like, in my heart of hearts, tried to work out, like, what books I would part with. And I really could. I have, like, a box of things that I might have, like, old editions of. And some of those I might be able to part with, but otherwise, like, there's not a lot of slack in the collection. It is all stuff that I find useful. I don't know if it would count as boasting or not, but for those who are curious, I am happy to go over some of the, you know, I'd be happy to go over some of the titles. Yeah. I mean, I should, I don't know, get an online dating profile or something like that, and Because, like, the other thing, too, it's not even to suggest... Like, I realize there's a way of reading that, or, like, hearing what I said, and it's suggesting that, you know, someone else is going to do the cleaning. No, no, no. I've been there. I know I am the one who winds up moving all of the nonsense. Oh, that is a shame. There's no way that I can make this work, so I'm sadly going to have to discard the isotopes here. Oh god, I made this mistake twice. But yeah, no, like there's no doubt in my mind as to who winds up doing the cleaning. But the thing is like for myself, it's working, so I don't have the incentive to, you know, to change. But I also know that a sufficiently stern ultimatum will get me back in compliance. My dating profile pic should be a pile of books. If you don't like me at my 6'2" stack of books, you don't deserve me at my shin high collection of Edward Tufte. Sorry, that is not nearly as funny as my laugh was implying, but I found it amusing. Thank you very much for hanging out with me, Rawmonger. Again, I was feeling a little sorry for myself at the start of the break. Like, I need one part of the break was just to sort of check my my emotional state before hitting the broadcast. It's actually been a lot of fun to just have a one-on-one with someone in chat. I'm still probably gonna need to do a break for the tea, but it's been nice to have a little bit of a distraction. I do regret not talking a bit more about the gameplay, but we've kind of been here before in terms of getting everything set up. I think we're at the point where I think it's pretty clear I'm going to need to work out the fuel and energy needs first before I build the turret, but I'm going to need to sort of, you know, hop to it on both of those things pretty quickly. I'm going to grab 2 more fuel tanks. You have to go to sleep? No, that's fine. I mean, part of it's like, I mean, so first of all, I've got to enjoy an hour and a half with you. You know, sometimes there's something really nice about this where sometimes it's just enough to have that, like, good start, and you know, that gives you the momentum. I don't know. I try not to assume that every experience that I have is so unique that no one understands me. You know, we're all people, so. But yeah, I just generally assume, you know, like there's been those times where, you know, you need just a little bit of a push over the edge to, you know, to get to the spot where you can, you know, you can do your best work. I am grateful that you were able to bequeath that. Yeah, so one of the screw-ups that I had for this factory setup was that I put inputs instead of outputs, and I had to... The reason why there's garbage on the floor now is because I had to eliminate the isotopes before I worked with it. For the next step, I am a little curious looking at the pollution. So yeah, the pollution from this thing doesn't register at all, which is good. Although interestingly enough, the factory does have a big effect on residential. So at some point I am going to have to put down the work from home setup. I am more interested in getting my fuel turbine down, though. So why do you count as full still? Oh, I think I know why. Because that's full. Well, that makes life difficult. Because I need that storage. And I should have that storage, except that there's a bunch of tier 1 minerals that aren't supposed to be there. So, as a temporary measure, I'm going to put down a storage container here. So that doesn't mean that, like, basically there's not a big, there isn't one big area where everybody can sort of walk through now, but that's going to be for tier 3 minerals so that I can accumulate enough to... Oh, actually, it looks like there's a little more space. I don't know. I think the best option is just to make this a tier 3 as well and let this eventually sort itself out. But yeah, we're gonna have to build up to, we'll build up to the fuel turbine. Fuel turbine will power an energy, actually, maybe even before we go for the energy generator, I'll build the turret. And that will hopefully defend us for the first attack. And then we can develop as we need. So I'm not actually expecting the roads to be used anytime soon. I do at some point need to figure out what I'm doing with my waste, and in fact probably sooner rather than later, but I definitely want to make sure that the turret's down first. I suppose I could even just put down the smokestack and move it after the fact, the more I think of it, but we're at a point now where I can afford to build the fuel turbine. Okay, so we combine the fuel turbine. It's pretty clear we can build this stuff quickly. For the... Whoa! That was a huge oversight on my part that I didn't build a defense turret. Okay, well, we don't even have an option anymore. We've got to get that work from home setup in, and my god, what was I thinking? Okay, let's do, okay, factory like so. This is going to be such a terrible place to live. There is actually one thing I might be able to get away with. Yeah, so we can upgrade the headquarters. So the nice thing about getting a fuel turbine up here is I can use the second floor on the headquarters to build some, I can use that to build more power plants. Although we're going to be full up on the waste a bit sooner than I would normally think. So, power's not the biggest problem facing me right now. Waste is, though. I don't have to dedicate the floor to it, so let's get a top layer. Well, I guess I just did kind of dedicate too much to it. Anyways, that's... yeah, I'm okay with that. I think what I'm going to do here, I am going to get the down payment on the defense turret, so I need the 400 minerals. I'm going to accumulate that before I cut off the source of tier 2s. I think I may wind up... Yeah, I may actually fall to the first rebel attack, because we're at 67% now. There's only so much more of an upgrade that I can really get done here. I could try and get some cash from the council. We may not actually have enough... Ugh. I'm actually going to have to turn off that tier 3 for a second. That's going to be where... Yeah. So I'm sure there will be some waste that... Okay, so this is for tier 3 minerals as well. Forgot the important part. Yeah, this is a tough call. So the thing is, I don't generate money if I sit around waiting for the tier 3s to get developed. So instead, I am going to shut down this part of the factory. I guess I don't need to turn off the power, but... Okay, so these guys are going to go running around doing their thing. I am going to start building the work from home setup. I changed my mind on this just because I think it's better to have people working and earning me money before I go, like, before I try and save up for something that I may be able to build, or like save up the parts for something that I may be able to build, but I can't necessarily afford. So here I'll slowly fold in whatever I can. A lot of this is just going to wind up eaten up by... A lot of this is just going to be eaten up by my my costs. Sorry, my God, I'm sorry. I'm really tired. Yeah, I don't know. We'll build what we can when we can. I think I'm actually going to do the usual trick of putting down the habitat pods. And we will... Yeah, I don't know. I am going to need the monetization stations if I want to make any cash. So I think we'll work with this. I am going to slow the game down again though, because we can afford to bring in some new employees. Why? This can still get power, so I don't need to worry about that. We are, however, running out of power. So this wasn't going to be my original plan, but I think in this case here, we're going to build our temporary generators. So we need an energy bridge, and then I owe you one relay. There we go. So again, we designed it specifically that way because we just touch the edge of these two medium generators down here, and then the fuel sort of takes care of the rest. So that'll power us up to our turret, but we need to make sure that we make enough money by the time also I need to start using this influence. So let's start by clearing out some of the obsidian ruins. That's actually going to help me quite a bit. Not just because it clears out some of my influence, but it gives me some high value resources, which at the moment I can use for building. I should also probably take a look at the remaining, or not remaining, there's going to be some more ruins for me to work with, but alright, that's as good as I'm going to get it right now. Much like my apartment. Yeah, so I guess the question just comes down to what's the best way for me to get $1,000. So it was important to me to at least get the foundations for a workforce down. So apparently we have exactly what we need for to make payroll. And the reason that's important is that I can try and get the council to give me the cash I need for the defense. No, I actually don't have that because I need 5 artifacts. So I gotta work on that too. Although, again, giving up artifacts is a way that I can wind up sort of pushing back some of that threat level as well. Either way, I'm definitely going to want to make sure that I am able to I want to make sure that I'm able to just kind of earn my way to that defense turret by the time the rebel ships arrive. And again, I suspect because we're on the higher rebel aggressiveness that there's going to just be a faster kind of a faster rate at which those that threat level is increased. So I think I'm going to do in this case I'm bumping up the speed a little bit more just so I can let the ticking minerals run by. Once we run out of space for waste, that's another problem I'm going to have to deal with. I guess I technically have a couple more spots I can stick some waste bins, but I don't know. I'd rather not have to take advantage of it, to be honest. So I'm gonna have to pay back that debt in terms of the relays. Actually, I'm gonna cancel this one here just because it's better if I can put one of those. 3. There we go.
Ah, Founder, how are you settling in? How are the Council's accommodations? You are very lucky to receive this much Council support. Not everyone gets so much investment. and not everyone gets a corporation monitor of my caliber. I was raised within the council family, as they say. There isn't an internal leaderboard of council functionaries, but if you sorted us by achievement, I'd like to bet my degrees and accomplishments put me somewhere at the top. But even locals like me can find Titan a difficult place to survive. Off-mooners like yourself, well, if we succeed here, it will be because of my skill, experience, and gentle guiding hand. I look forward to sharing the fruits of success with you, Founder.
Okay, so we're in a sleep cycle. Work starts in about 10 minutes. So the job now is just to try and bring as many people in as I can. Let's think about our next few steps, influence-wise. I don't think it hurts to try and get some of the artifacts. So let's try and push ourselves up to 5 so that we can unlock the council trading. Oof. Well, there's 4, so that's what we needed. Now, the next important thing is we have what we need resource-wise. So now we're going to turn on the inputs again. We'll get the workers back to work. Actually, you know what? Well, no, okay, I can work with that. I'm a little worried about the waste, but... maybe what we do with that... I'll kind of do those 2 at a time, and if we wind up full up... I mean, this is going to be a pain to clean, but it at least gets me... it gets me to where I need to go as far as my, my defenses. So the big question now is just going to be, can we get the minerals and the isotopes in time for the defense turret? I would guess yes. In fact, isotopes I believe we already have. Yeah, so it's just a question of minerals. Also cash, but cash will come in a little bit. Whoa! That was unexpected. I mean, I know why. It's because factories pollute now. But I was not expecting people... oh my god. There's way too much death. Yeah, so I really need to start working on residential areas as soon as possible. That's going to be a threat to... that's definitely going to be a threat to my ability to get payroll. Okay, well... this is why we try new things. Let's get that defense turret down. And before too long, I'm also going to need to put down... I'm going to need to put down a power generator. So I think I'm going to clear out the remaining raw resources first. It's not actually that big of a priority for me right now, but it's kind of nice to leave some artifacts in storage so that when I really need... like, basically it's so that it's a way of me not wasting the artifacts on sort of trivial stuff. Okay, yeah. going to have a big power cost, but that's also not surprising that it has that cost. We will definitely upgrade it before the rebels arrive. So as far as safety is concerned, that's been dealt with. Coswalt, how you doing? I know you're not used to. Well, Johnny must be done Elden Ring then. I know you're not accustomed to games like this. I know you're here because of Darkest Dungeon. I'm pretty sure you followed because of Darkest Dungeon at least. But thank you very much for hanging out. This is a new update, so we're starting a brand new campaign. But we should still be able to get interesting things done. All right, I'm gonna get that power plant down. At least the start of one. I'm obviously gonna need to work on building the plant. Actually, if you don't mind, I'm going to tab out for a really quick second. It's been 2 hours now, so I may take a second to refill my tea. I know it's been kind of a quiet night so far, so... Well, I don't know. We're close to the rebel attack, so maybe we'll try and take it to... We'll try and take it to that point. But I have been... I don't know. I feel like I've kind of been on... I have an iPhone, so, like, I'm sure some of you will relate to this, but, like, you know, you're getting low on the power, and then you have the option of going into, like, low power mode, so, like, the screen goes a little bit dimmer, and your email's not automatically updating, and, you know, little things like that. That's kind of how I'm feeling right now. But yeah, I absolutely cannot rely on factory setups for employees anymore. Although it does make the idea of the life insurance policies a little more attractive. Does this not... Okay, no, there is an employee cost. I just wasn't paying attention. I really love that sound effect, but I don't always get to hear it because the music's going on, and the music's wonderful. I wouldn't want to give it up, but just is it extract or salvage? I feel like it's extract. No, it's salvage. If you salvage resources, extract artifacts. But yeah, the salvage sound you don't always hear because the music it's very quiet. In comparison to the music, but it's worth it. Okay, excuse me. Energy plant. And again, the rebels should be here any minute now. I'm curious if it's Bahar or Soren. It's also pretty clear that I need to get the smokestack built soon. This is such a dangerous thing to do. Oh, no, it knocked the rebel threat back. Okay, cool. I figured it was that or upgrade the HQ, and I kind of want to upgrade the defense turret more. Although, if I think of it, I could probably put the smokestack down here, and then when we expand, we wind up with the ruins here. Unless something in the tech web winds up Factory pollution emissions definitely feels like a good one for me to go for. Okay, so we can get pollution resistance, resource patch harvesting rate, burrow cost. The reduced factory emissions definitely feels like the most effective of all of these.
Council sympathizer. Consider this a courtesy warning. We've been watching you for a while. You're a true Council loyalist, aren't you? Working hard for the regime, supporting them with your time, your soldiers, and your wealth. So, we'll do you a favor. We'll treat you the same way we treat them.
I see you have met one of our local pests, Founder, Zoran Gorek, the leader of a rebel faction hell-bent on destroying what we have built here. He's a madman, lives out in the ruins, survives by looting Council investments. He may talk himself up, but the rebellion are small annoyances, really. I am sure you can dispatch him quickly.
Ah, you've fallen into my trap. We better hope these batteries hold up, by the way. Please turn on. There we go. So I really need to prioritize the residential and office buildings, otherwise I'm just not going to be able to replace enough citizens. It's kind of interesting. You can wind up in this trap in the game now because of how deadly factory housing is. Okay.
Should have known a Council sympathizer like you would fight dirty. You're all the same. We'll be back. Our cause is just, and there are more of us than there are of you.
Hey, Founder, I know our Council contact says Gorek is nothing to worry about. But anybody with that kind of firepower seems pretty dangerous to me. We should prepare for another attack.
Hey, Takri, I think you and me both, so I feel you on that. I'm glad you stopped by, though. I hope you, other than feeling tired or super exhausted, to put it in your terms, I hope you're still doing all right despite that. But yes, you have nothing but sympathy here for that state. Because I'm feeling it myself. Okay, what I'm gonna do. I was actually gonna say there was a side of me that wanted to do a little bit of reading at the start of the broadcast, and one reason I held off, I wasn't sure if you were gonna be hanging out or not. There's like, maybe I should wait till Kree's by, but then I thought, wait, but Kree's already read the new article. So I guess now we need to find someone who hasn't been subjected to it, and to see whether or not I can properly deliver it. What I am going to do, though, is I am going to do my quick break, so I apologize, because I know some of you just arrived. I am going to take some hot water, and then I'm going to throw some leaves in it, and I'm going to get it to stain the water, and then I'm going to use that to shock my system into compliance. And then we will be back for another hour or so of Industries of Titan and the delights and horrors that await us on Saturn's moon. So I will be back momentarily. Please enjoy some ads and the wonderful soundtrack by Danny Baranowski. All right. I am sorry to interrupt the broadcast for my indulgences, but hopefully this will give me a little bit more fuel for the remainder of the broadcast. Kree, I know you wanted lurk, so please don't feel obligated to... Well, you should never feel obligated to respond, but particularly to this. But we did do an inventory of the books, but it did actually occur to me that I think I undercounted. So there are 2 system chalk height... Actually, to be honest, I'm pretty skinny, so both height and probably width stacks of books. Then there are probably 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So yeah, I'm counting 12 right now. I believe it is 16 actually, sort of waist height. Stacks of books, and then 1, 2, 4 that are maybe like knee or shin height, probably more knee height. But that should account for all of the books. I've even read 1 or 2 of them. Okay, so we're working on the smokestack. I don't have nearly enough isotopes to upgrade to that final tier of the headquarters. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to dedicate someone to mining out the isotopes patch. The big question here is, when do we run out of space for garbage on the ground? That's got to be happening soon. Like, there's a few more at the edge here, but like there's got to be a limit to how much more of this we can take. One thing that is probably true is I could probably dismantle the fuel fabricator and the generators for a little extra space. But I really think the time has come. Like, we should be getting rid of our waste at this point. I would have originally wanted a sort of a transport network down at this point as well, but I suspect I'm going to need to work a little bit more urgently on getting some residential down, even if it's in a kind of a rough part of town. Yeah, so I suppose that the question is, how do I want to be spending my next few turns and doing what? It's pretty clear here. Unless I make money, I can't get the storage to bring people in. Ugh. Tricky, tricky, tricky. Best I can say really is that we've bought ourselves some time with... we're not even going to cover the rent now. Oh, that's not true. Apparently we're still making 750. That can't be right. Either way, we definitely need to get some replacements. But yeah, so clearly the priority's got to be we need to get a proper like residential and office setup. So that's going to require about 3,000 in terms of credits. In fact, probably what I'll do is I'll avoid paying my workers to get that started. Basically, we're taking the housing out of their salary. I wonder what's taking so long on... Oh my goodness gracious. Okay. Apparently I was building it out of tier 1 resources. That is a darn shame. Because I'm also going to have to wait all that time to clear it out as well. In fact, we may not even have the storage for that many tier 1s. I guess we'll find out, but we've got 77 empty spots available, so... Still, definitely not how I wanted to be spending the time. Yeah, so these aren't an option. I mean, we're in a better spot given where the citizens are now, but unfortunately I was asleep at the switch, and that meant I didn't wind up getting my building after all. Yeah, we'll work with what we got. I think I'm just slowly going to start bringing in the... Like when I can afford it, I'll just, you know, take down another big ruin and then move on. At this point, we're really just waiting for one of two things. Either this factory is going to get too full to be worked on, or I'm going to have the smokestack up and running. But essentially, once every 30 influence, we're just going to grab one of these ruins and take them down. I will also get a quick read because I think I've probably got about 40 minutes left on the broadcast. If you have been lurking and you've not read the new article that I wrote, this is one that's different from what I normally do. It's one of the reasons why I'm kind of flogging it. But if you would like me to cover it at some point before the end of the broadcast, I'm not going to expect any other interaction or that, but if this is something that you would like and you're in chat, just let me know and I will make sure that I set aside some time for it. And if I'm just doing that for me, I can happily turn off the stream and then just read it to myself and be amazed at my own cleverness. You know, I definitely don't need to. I don't need to subject people to that if that doesn't have. If the interest isn't there for anyone but me. All right. So if I take a look at the. So apparently this isn't as bad as I thought, but. Feels a little weird to have residential and office in these areas. I can live with weird though, as long as it doesn't cause too much grief. I should actually maybe start clearing out some space for something, and maybe you do residence, office, residence, which would mean I'd need to clear this out. This definitely makes sense to store energy. Oh, that absorbs pollution. Okay, this is actually a pretty good little setup then. Now again, the trucks are definitely gonna cause problems. I still want the trucks to run by, and the reason for that is they are gonna provide a way of getting rid of the waste. I just need to kind of accept that that's gonna be one of the consequences though. But yes, let's start. Oop, hello, Erlang.
Hey, Founder, how you doing? City's coming together, I see. Lots of new construction. I can see everything you folks do down there, you know. When the station is overhead, I use my infrared scope to check out all the new buildings. I like to imagine I'm down there with you, visiting a bar, or going to work. It can get a little boring up here in the fleet. For a young guy like me anyway, it's not ideal. There's less than 200 restaurants up here, Founder, and I've been to all of them. We've been living up here in these orbiting hulks so long, everybody's family knows everyone else. Sometimes, I wish I could just head down to the surface and meet some new people, you know? Anyway, keep in touch, Founder. I love to hear about what's going on in your city.
I don't know if this is... I actually don't know if this is intentional on the part of the game or not, but I was always struck by the line, you know, there's less than 200 restaurants up here, as if that's like such like unimaginable, poverty or inconvenience. And it's one of these moments where I I don't. It's very hard for me to say that I think that Industries of Titan takes like the corporation side, but I think one of the things that I do kind of like is that I feel like the game I guess the best I can say is like it kind of feels like the game gives the devil his due. You know, I think it would be fair to say among game developers, heavier left-leaning politics is probably better represented as a whole. That doesn't mean I'm not speaking about like, universal political orientations or that, but what I mean by that is that like I think, and like this is also just like, so also when I worked in film, this was true as well. Like for the most part, people were preferred the NDP government, which is it's a social, I believe it still has socialism in its charter. Now it is also fair to say that the camera department is among one of the better paid departments, at least so far as I can tell. And so it is equally true that even if you're in a union, if you make a certain amount of money, and let's face it, union jobs tend to pay better than others, you suddenly become quite a bit more interested in your own wealth. And, it's not guaranteed that, everybody in a creative industry is necessarily going to be a big old soft lefty. But yeah, I essentially what I'm trying to say here is that like I would say probably from a random sample of developers, you are probably going to find a number who do not particularly think very fondly of capitalism, even though they are willing to engage with it to make a living. And if maybe they're not committed, like maybe if they're if they would sort of accept that, whatever sort of organization of society that they sort of grew up with, they're comfortable with that. At the very least, they'd sort of say, okay, but I'm still not really comfortable with, and, you kind of use the usual suspect. It's like, maybe they should be paying a little bit more, or I'm really not comfortable with how it feels like, they're able to, get away with this level of pollution, so on and so forth. I'm not trying to, essentially, I always sort of feel like I'm taking my life in my own hands whenever I say this stuff, because I'm not trying to like sort of spin up some sort of culture war thing. But yeah, so I was going to say, like, very few people are going to like play a game and say, oh, but will somebody please think of the Arasaka Corporation? This is so bad for them. How could they do such a thing? Chances are they're going to be the bad guys. But what I kind of like about Industries of Titan is that you have a faction like the Landfallers, right? They'd vote for Reagan, they want flat taxes for everything, hyper-capitalist, very competitive environment. But the more you look at, just the little details about how the world works, the more you recognize that this competition, like, isn't just miserable stagnation, that they are actually capable of producing really impressive feats. And so, it's true that there is, almost certainly tremendous, well, I mean, you have it in the game here, right? Like, it's not even almost certain. Like, you have tremendous inequality in the sense that, you try and make it on Titan, and if you don't make it, the way that you make money is essentially to have, all your important and human bits taken out, and you become an employee so you can send the money back home. You know, there's nothing good about that. That's horrible. But I do like the fact that it's not just a constant mustache twirling villain. And I like the fact that this has introduced a level of prosperity that if you're one of those people that's made it through luck or through, you know, underhanded means, chances are more underhanded means than anything. And you see characters who are complete frauds but have managed to get quite high in the pecking order, right? Braxton Daw, for instance. Hey, Vanguard Master, how you doing? I feel like people listen to the VOD are going to be so sick of hearing this, but have you read the latest article? You are not allowed to have your pen and your notebook out for it, though, if you have not read that latest article. Let's get the residential down. You have not yet. Today was a hectic day. Oh no, I hear you. I kept trying to push back the tea time, but you've got it open in a tab though? Okay. Well, if you want, at the end of the stream, I'm happy to read it. Cool. Yeah, for those of you who don't know, Vanguard Master is a game developer, so a little more relevant to his interests. Okay, I'm still waiting on the influence to clear out where where the residences and offices are going to be. But yeah, essentially what I was trying to say about the earlier point here is that, like, you can see this in the world as well, right? So one of the most prosperous countries in the world is the United States. And there's a lot of innovation that happens. You know, if you are a particularly bright student and you have sort of the, you know, mobility, you have the means of doing so, you will probably want to be going to a U.S. university. You know, if you're a hotshot programmer, if you want to make your fortune, again, you know, you're probably going to wind up going to Silicon Valley. Or if you have like an idea for a product or an app or something like that, the networks in place in that region are going to be ones that you want to tap into. And, you know, like you do sometimes want, like, what's interesting about Canada is it does feel like there's a lot of money that goes into venture capital, but it's kind of hard to imagine how something like the Impossible Burger or Theranos as well, it's not all good. Although Theranos is kind of interesting because a lot of the traditional VC types didn't seem to take that, although they did wind up with FTX. So, you know, that argument doesn't hold as well as it used to. But essentially, like, there is something to be said. Like, there is a tremendous engine of economic growth in the United States, at least historically. It is also a very unequal country. And there do seem to be, at least in a limited sense, trade-offs in terms of, you know, productivity or you know, competition. Some of these different things here. Now, please do not take this as some kind of, you know, apology for the, you know, the states and you know, trying to say, oh yeah, well, you know, this is just, you gotta break a few eggs to make an omelet sort of an argument. Like, obviously societies need to choose what's important to them and how they realize it. And I quite frequently talk with someone who's definitely not done well. And has, you know, I've gained quite an understanding of how frustrating it can be to access a number of social programs in the States from talking with a friend of mine, and it's something that makes me feel quite uncomfortable, and I feel quite bad for them. But, you know, I'm Canadian, so I also sometimes think that it's not my job to just turn around and sort of tell people what their values should and shouldn't be. So, you know, again, maybe I am just sort of the big old jerk who's too comfortable with appalling poverty, but I think one of the things that I find appealing about the way that Industries of Titan works is that you will be faced with, the sort of thing that it's hard to say whether or not this game is a satire. I probably should sit down and have a think about that. But I think it's very clear to say that, you want to live on Titan. You want to experience this because it looks really cool. And because it's in space. And also because you're a member of the ruling class, or at least you're on your way. But it's also fair to say, the way that I'm thinking about Titan is, it's kind of like if those people are like, oh yeah, I'd love to live in like the Middle Ages, or I'd love to like live in ancient Rome or whatever. And, they assume they're going to be like a senator or, or like a knight or something like that. It's like, no, like historical experiences is that you're going to be one of those people who is, the foundation of that. No, thank you. Lead poisoning is not up my alley. Yeah. There's a lot of things about the modern world that are quite enjoyable, that are certainly not present in ancient times. What was it? It's an Ovid quote. I'm pretty sure this might have been again. Was it Virgil or Livy? I gotta find this quote now. I can't remember what it was, but anyways, the quote that I have, I need to like make a commonplace book because I was running with these, but so I can't remember exactly where it's from, but the quote is, "Let others praise ancient times. I am glad I was born in these." And I'm pretty sure I'm not pretty sure. He might be kind of sticking it to Livy in that, but I'm wondering if it's actually Ars Amatoria, which, for those of you who watch the actual best Christmas movie, Eyes Wide Shut, will know that there's that dashing Hungarian gentleman, have you ever read Ovid on the Art of Love? Yeah, anyways, that was actually how I found out about Ovid. Hey, Alexa wrote something. Enjoy the patch notes. Maddie cleaned them up so nice. Sorry, I didn't realize more people had liked and retweeted the stream. Anyways, yeah, like, I've tended to find, like, the people who kind of have the view, like, born in the wrong generation or whatever. There's a lot to like about the modern. I'm not trying to say we don't have our problems, but it's hard not to feel like I got pretty lucky in terms of when and where I was born. But anyway, sorry, I'm really making a meal out of this. But yeah, I think the one thing that I like about it is that I would not want to live in the world of Industries of Titan. It sounds very unpleasant, and if my own lack of entrepreneurial ability has been any indication, I would be one of the exploited people in this world. I would not be one of the people doing well. But one of the things that I do like about this is that it's not a society that is horrible for the sake of being horrible. That essentially, they have been able to, colonize Titan, extract its resources. Now, whether or not that's a good thing is kind of up to you, right? But it's a tremendous, sort of feat of engineering, the level, like the standard of living that people kind of consider to just be intolerable is the idea of 200 restaurants available to you, only 200 restaurants. So to a certain extent, right, like you can sort of see how it's not actually just this completely dreary existence, that there is actually a lot of prosperity that's been generated by it. But again, the problem is that the distribution of that prosperity is not necessarily the way that it should be. And again, maybe one of the social questions is there like a necessary trade-off between the two? Is there a way that we can preserve the ability to generate that wealth without without creating a situation where someone would need to become an employee, or where you would have slavery, or where you kind of need to pick whichever society you're talking about. In fact, to a certain extent, this is kind of what you sometimes see in terms of I know people like to compare to the Nordic countries a whole lot, and again, I'm potentially talking out of turn here because I do know that there are some people, if not from that region, at least near it, and in some cases, what you have seen over the period of time that people have been talking about them as sort of like an ideal model for North American countries is that they've actually been taking what you would probably consider to be a more conservative approach towards, I say conservative in terms of politics, right wing. You tend to see those, the movements towards things that you'd probably associate with something that probably would not be out of place in like a Republican speech. The idea of very low frictions to to fire someone, for instance. But the catch here, of course, is that you also have a fairly generous social safety net. So the idea here of letting someone go does not sort of mean consigning them to abject poverty, right? And you don't need to be one of those uniquely talented or connected people to land on your feet. There's enough in place to sort of make sure that you're going to be okay. So anyways, that's just a long way of me sort of saying that I don't necessarily feel it's an either or proposition. I think sometimes it's possible to be able to manage both priorities. But again, like I said, one, I'm not an American, so I do sort of recognize it's not my place to tell the Americans what their business is. And then, number two, I do the best with the information that I've been given, but I also suspect whenever I go on these sorts of rants, there is a significant practical part to the conversation that I'm missing and is actually very important. But anyways, whether or not I've got the facts on the ground right, one of the things I do appreciate about the writing and sort of the setting for Industries of Titan is that the misery that you see in this world, in this setting, is not just the product of bad people being bad. That instead it is a reflection of a series of choices people have made to lead to this vastly unequal, but technologically very impressive society. And I don't know, like, to me, I feel like that's the reason why I spend the time on that. And as inarticulate as I've been on the point, to me, this is one of the things where cyberpunk is interesting, right? It's able to sort of talk about us. And again, it's actually where, like, it's kind of funny to read stuff like Neuromancer because it's so very obvious its preoccupations are with sort of like late 70s and 80s problems. And in some cases, it's, sometimes a little frustrating to see, what's still a problem. In fact, I watched a movie this is a while ago now, but I watched a movie called Strange Days. I think it probably counts as a cyberpunk-style story as well. But it was, the director is Catherine Bigelow. James Cameron, I think, has a story credit at least on it, and I believe produced it. I think it's a pretty good, it is a pretty good film, but I also remember, I'm pretty sure this happened during the protests over the murder of George Floyd. And it was very surprising. I don't want to say, like, you know, I suppose there's a certain amount of world weariness where you're sort of like, oh yeah, these will always be problems, these have always been problems, but it's very surprising how close a lot of the preoccupations that movie has wound up fitting quite well into what was a very real and kind of contemporary news item. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that at least part of the inspiration for some of that story was the riots that happened after Rodney King, I think. Anyways, it's an interest. I actually don't know where you can find it now, but yeah, it's. I think one of the things that kind of interests me is that there's two types of cyberpunk now. There's cyberpunk, which is very backward-looking, and essentially it's referencing the cyberpunk which was very inspirational for people. But it maybe doesn't have as much to say today because they haven't bothered to sort of sit and think about what some of these issues are and, you know, what's relevant today, what's not relevant today, how you can update certain things. So I was talking about W. Edwards Deming and his kind of contribution to Japanese productivity. You know, again, there is a reason why essentially every company is Japanese and why they seem to be buying up the world. That was a real thing up until the they experienced a decade of stagnation. You can see a very similar kind of worry present, or not present, but like being adapted into a modern cyberpunk story with regards to China. In fact, I think that's present in a few sort of modern cyberpunk stories. And again, it's kind of neat that cyberpunk's a fun aesthetic. I mean, sometimes it's just people are sort of reheating the old Ridley Scott leftovers. But like Blade Runner's a beautiful movie, right? If you can't do as good as Blade Runner, you might as well ape it, right? Because it looks great. But what is encouraging is that you will see some stories have a bit more ambition for themselves, and what they do is they take what is interesting about cyberpunk and the setting and its preoccupations. They will consider our own situation now, and they'll tell a story that's sort of worth hearing. And I sort of, at least to me, I sort of feel like that's what's happening in Industries of Titan. And, you know, to be completely honest, I feel that that's first of all, a testament to the quality of the writing in the game. But maybe also a little bit of a challenge to other cyberpunk titles. Because to a certain extent, one does not associate, you know, the strategy city builder with storytelling. And yet I sort of feel like this one really tells an interesting story that I want to hear a bit more about. Again, this is why I keep insisting on saying that I'd love to see, you know, another century of development on Industries of Titan, so that I get to see the fully realized, every idea that the development team has ever had fully realized. But yeah, I don't know. I think I'm gonna claim this and activate it. I definitely think, like, this is something that I wouldn't have expected, or I maybe would say is not necessary for a game like this, but I'm really glad that it's in this. Oh, Lio.
Hey, Founder! Great to see your smiling face. How are you doing? It looks like you're doing great, honestly. throwing up structures, clearing off territory. That makes for a lot of busy hands. Employees will get the job done for you, of course, but don't forget about the people working behind the scenes. People like me and my citizen staff. We keep the employees functioning properly. Between you and me, Founder, converted employees don't know the difference between a hairbrush and a pack of grub. So we monitor their vitals, make sure they have enough biofuel to keep their performance high. And some of us even have to log in from time to time and take direct control, upload new work routines, that sort of thing. It's essential work, Founder, and nothing makes me feel better than doing essential work. That's what keeps workers motivated, you know? The knowledge that their labor is essential. It provides a kind of motivating pressure. I'm sure you're feeling some of that pressure yourself.
Trying to get as many people out of the habitat pods as I can. Look at these healthy walks. So yeah, I mean, it's good that I got the extra people, but it's also, I wasn't thinking straight when I brought the people in straight after putting down the residential. So I still want to work on getting the office. I actually don't think everybody's working right now. Yeah, I've got 18 jobs, so there's 6 that are going unfilled. Let's try putting down a couple... Let's try putting down a couple monetization stations to make this... No, that's wasteful. So some of these I don't have any options for. The ones on the edge, for instance. So I've got 2... Nope, because that sort of entombs everything. Actually, it still might work. It's not pretty, but it works. Yeah, so the aim here is going to be, once I get to 1,000, we're going to buy that, office, then I'll be able to decommission this factory, but clearly it's going to take me some effort to get to the tier 3s that I need. And it would be nice to, you know, have a road to get to the smokestack, but I'm sort of aware of my limitations so far as resources are concerned. So I'm just gonna stay put. We'll get it done. But for now, okay. There's the office. So again, we need 300 CUs for that. So one of the big problems here is that there's just the way my workers are going right now. It's not that we're really producing... It's not that we're producing the minerals too slowly. I mean, my people are definitely walking too slow. It's just a matter of kind of getting everything where it needs to go. I think one thing I am going to do, though, is I am going to start freeing up some space. I hope we can get away with this. Okay, cool. I don't think I'm gonna extend it out for the, the other 2 lines, but my hope here is that maybe we can put down some more waste receptacles. At least until we get the roads down. And to be completely honest, this thing should always be full. But we only have 5... Okay. So if that's the case, maybe we take one of these employees out. I think we'll do that for both of them, actually, because I think it's taking us long enough to pull out the things that we need. Okay. So hopefully that's a couple of extra helping hands to speed up our production. That might have been overkill, but I guess I can't get rid of those yet. Actually not doing too bad for ourselves. Person-wise. I'll see if I can throw a few more bodies in here. We've got 8 and 8, so we've got a decent division between the two, between like workplaces and residential places. There's only so much time left in the day. I think. Well, hang on. What am I trying to buy? Wait, before I lose my mind here. So we've already got the office. I don't. Yeah, I'm not gonna buy any of these quite yet. I think I can just afford them the normal way. Okay, so I don't need to... I actually don't need to be mean to my employees. I just need to be patient. So the plan here is going to be, I'll put down the office and residential area, and one of the big reasons why I want to focus on this... one of the big reasons why I want to focus on this priority, I think it's important, like, if I can stop the loss of employees, that's going to save me the influence that it takes to replace them. Let's just see here, that absorbs pollution. This one does too. It costs 6 artifacts. It's maybe a little more than I want to spend. So I'm going to clear out the roadway instead. Yes, the idea here is I want a little bit more stability as far as my population and their ability to survive their workplaces and their homes. Now we're at 117, so I should also be able to upgrade the headquarters. I notice... Okay, so we've got a mineral mine here. That's going to be a bit of a problem as far as the wind is concerned, but it's not quite on the path for the office and residential areas, so I got a little lucky there. Oh, there's the isotopes as well. Okay, so we're definitely going to need to put down some command centers to make this work. But overall, I think that we can manage. And I know this office can accommodate more jobs than I currently have, so I'm actually going to dismantle the entire work-from-home setup. Oddly enough, I think turning off the factory at night... So, again, I don't necessarily like... in some cases, I kind of like exploiting the game a bit, but... Oh man, is this someone about to die? Yep. Man, I feel really bad about that. But yeah, so one of the things that's kind of funny is this actually does create an incentive to turn off the factory to stop people from dying. Because if you turn off the factory, like, there doesn't seem to be a penalty for making them, like, not giving them, letting them have a place to sleep. But you do poison them by letting them sleep in the factory. So I'm wondering if I'm missing sort of a broader vision for the game. on this, but it is a weird kind of... It is a bit of a weird priority the way that it's currently working. Anyway, we're going to get a bunch of nice tier 2... minerals out of that. I'm going to dismantle all of it. We'll put a kind of a well, eventually we'll get trucks here. It's a tough call whether or not I want to... I guess I should put down the other residential... Well, no, I don't have to. It would help me make more money if I did it, but... Yeah, I don't know. I think maybe the roadway's a higher priority than the... higher priority than finishing the residential and office areas. Because the roadway helps me fill up the smokestack, which is really important for getting this factory to its potential. And it's obviously going to take us a while to get the infrastructure in place for the mine and the isotope, or like the isotope and mineral areas. We're also doing okay in terms of their production. So, for those reasons, I'm slightly more inclined to... I think I'm slightly more inclined to... Oh, that sucks. Okay. Should probably put down a... Yeah. I'm gonna put down a large container as a precaution. Because this thing's obviously... like, for whatever reason, it's just stuck with 12 tier 1 minerals, and it doesn't feel like it's ever going to change. Welcome back, Vanguard Master. I haven't missed that much. I'm still trying to sort out the right way to store everything. I think it's fair to say I'm probably going to be stuck with this setup for longer than I'm expecting. But we should be back. I think we should be back at a point where I can get most of what I need built in a fairly decent period of time. It's going to cost 4 to absorb pollution. I mean, absorbing pollution for both of these things is pretty good, but let's claim this one and activate it. Okay, so we need 200 for the first of 2 transport hubs. We're also about to run out of isotopes, so let's salvage what we can. Might not be a bad idea. I think at this point we should probably do want to repair this defense turret. I know we're in like a work cycle and it would be good to get more buildings down, but I think we're also going to have to weather another attack from the rebels, so it's probably not a bad idea that we protect this thing. One bit of good news is right now the office and the residence aren't hooked up, so if I do need to burrow, it's not going to be that costly for me. Well, I mean, it'll cost me cash, but I have the option available. So, let's put down our transport hub first. I'll put down the second one I can, and obviously combine them. And again, the big focus here is actually going to be on clearing out the waste from the factory, but given how much I'm depending on the residential and office buildings, I am actually going to want to make sure they're hooked up to the road as well. The good news is, a lot of this stuff is pretty, like, it's all kind of on the way. This was actually a dumb one for me to clear out, but no harm, no foul. So I think what I'm probably going to do is I'll build the road to the smokestack first, and then I'll build the road to the factory. Technically I'm at the end, but I don't know. I feel like I haven't gotten as much done, and we're in an interesting spot. So I'll see if I can actually a storage facility would be helpful. I don't know why I say I'm worried about isotopes too, because I should just clear out the patch here. So let me just double check. So we've got a road that can go out and around like so. Yeah, we'll be fine. And just 2 more of the tier 3, so I'm going to wait for the transport hub before I go any further. Okay, now I'm gonna need, what is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 tier 3 minerals to, well, not exactly 15. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 tier 1 minerals. I can actually start making this happen now. It's gonna be a bit of a slog, but we'll get where we need to go. And then Vanguard Master can read my ultimate guide to wish lists. Well, I can read to Vanguard Master my ultimate guide to wish lists for 2023. Is that when you're planning on launching, by the way, or is that kind of where you're aiming for early access, Vanguard? I have no idea what your schedule is like for pulling the dojo. Okay, if you take any notes based off of that article, you have to eat that notepad. That's the contract I'm making with you, okay? Yeah, I have no idea what it takes to... Well, that's not entirely true. Like, I think you said that, I guess, like, Bannerlord and Skyrim are your inspirations, so... Those would have been in development for a few years, right? You've tasted paper in the past? I'll put it away. Well, it's hard to tell, right? Because, I mean, you're an army man. You've got... Or Navy man. Canadian Forces man. You know, like, you presumably you have endured probably more than what I would consider hardship. So maybe eating the notepad is not that big of a threat. You have eaten things you'll never eat again. Pierogi. No, okay, I like pierogi. That was a great Ukrainian bakery near... Okay, actually, this is kind of fun. I found out there's a coworker I'm really fond of, and it's a shame that I don't get a chance to talk to them more, because I think they've got a really good head on their shoulders, and I think it is a shame that they do not get asked for their opinion or their contributions on more things. I think kind of they're perceived as like more of a junior member, and I think that's a shame, because I actually think their ability to get stuff done, and more importantly their work ethic, is considerably better than a lot of senior people where I work. But I believe they're from Ukraine originally, and basically the I remembered from where I lived in it was actually New Westminster where I lived, but basically there's this Ukrainian bakery that had opened, and it was the first time I found out that pierogi was not just a savory. Like I'd always kind of known pierogi with like potato inside, but I found out that there were different kinds, including ones filled with fruit. I love the blueberry ones. I just generally like blueberries a lot, but yeah, no. Apparently there is like sweet pierogi as well. I've always had a bit of a love-hate relationship with cherry. Like, sometimes I really like cherry, and other times it just doesn't quite work for me. So I was never quite took up the courage to try cherry pierogi because there was blueberry available. But anyway, I love going there. And, like, so I lived for a very short period of time as a kid in this city called Grand Forks. And I would not blame anyone if they've never heard of that place before. But it's in a region of British Columbia called the Kootenays. You have a fear of blueberries, cherries, and pears. Oh, is that why you eat them then? You know, that way, you know, you don't need to keep an eye on them. You've already established your dominance. But yeah. So this place, Grand Forks, had a big sort of Doukhobor community. So I believe these would be immigrants from Russia. And there was this place, I remember I used to go with my dad, called the Yale Hotel, and they served borscht. And I loved borscht. That was like, I was always really excited to go to the Yale Hotel so that I could, so I could eat borscht. Apparently the place burned down, so that was, at least I was told that was why, and I never kind of knew that it was the last. I never knew it was the last trip to the Yale Hotel. Just we stopped going. Ryan Pease, let's just say that if you picked up blueberry, cherry, or pear one, you would not be doing much for the rest of the day. Say no more. Say no more. I'm just thinking in the Caine Mutiny, I think there's also a scene with strawberries, a pretty memorable one. I guess nobody's seen the Caine Mutiny though, have you? But yeah, so anyways, went to this Ukrainian, I mean, in one sense I was just kind of trying to find, new places to go. So go to this Ukrainian bakery. Looks nice. Absolute just, charming people at the cash. You always kind of feel a little good too when you're supporting like a new local business. And I was delighted to find out that they serve borscht. It was the first, I kid you not, it was the first time since I was like a little kid that I got to have borscht. And I actually didn't have it with sour cream originally, so it was very different from what I remembered from the Yale Hotel, but it still tasted really, really good. Anyways, that was the gateway drug. That kind of got me in, and I never really did like sort of I probably would have ate better, and it would have cost me less. Like, I think I wound up eating a lot more than I should have at my university's sort of food courtish kind of area. And I think I probably should have just actually taken a look at how much I was spending on, on food there, and just like settled to get the family pack. 'Cause like, again, you get an oil barrel of borscht, a big variety pack of pierogi, and I think like you'd get your pick of some bread or something like that. But I have not, but I know we didn't have straw peaches though. Delicious. Oh, good. I never did the hard drugs, but borscht, dangerous. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I'm told it's apparently nothing special, but man, I really do have a taste for it. I'm actually quite. There's a really cool place. If you're ever in Ottawa, the local game dev scene used to meet at this place called Avant Garde. I think they still do it remotely because I think there's still a little bit of a worry of COVID, which, fair enough, right? Like, I don't know if there's ever going to be that like formal time where you need to where like everybody's going to be like, okay, now it's good, right? I have a feeling that there's just going to be a certain degree of uncertainty in terms of those types of events. And again, as I sort of gave an indication before, when I'm talking about the politics, like part of this is just people being conscientious. I think it's fair to say that some game developers of that stripe are also going to be a bit more conscientious, and they're going to want to make sure that people aren't doing something they're uncomfortable with. But with that in mind, it may mean that maybe I should just ask them whether or not there's a plan to meet in person. But anyways, it's run by this really great Russian guy, Alexei. I actually got I don't know if I could say we bonded, but I was delighted when I saw that he had a copy of the Gallic War, just kind of off to the side at the bar. So obviously that gave us something to talk about. That's Caesar's account of the war in Gaul. But yeah, anyways, again, it's going to be so definitely very USSR themed. Like, so the menu, you've got kind of a bunch of oh god, what are they? Actually, I can look it up. They've got their menu online. So a lot of USSR kind of like art, lots of propaganda posters and all of that up. And okay, full menu. Siberian pelmeni, Scandinavian open-faced baked sandwich, Vasily kasha, food stamp nachos, bourgeois fish plate, commissar pickle plate, Engels meat plate, exiled green style. So it's, not entirely communist. Far East carrot salad, Mark's cheese plate, net butter root, canapé with meat, canapé with cheese, canapé with salmon caviar, canapé with salmon, canapé variety 1 and 2, Leningrad ice cream, and a variety of pastries and cakes. Oh god, I'm so sorry, Vanguard Master. For what it's worth, I haven't had that much to eat for myself. I actually really missed that Scandinavian sandwich, but yeah, anyways, okay, so I'm going to stop talking about food, but they do apparently do borscht there as well, but they don't necessarily, like, it's, I don't know if it's a special request or just an occasional thing that they do, so I have not had the pleasure, although many fine soups, but yeah, so I was talking with this coworker on another thing, and it turns out that they live in New West, and actually, like, not even a block, maybe like, a block and a half? I don't know, like, they wound up being really, really close to where I live. So I got to tell them about this bakery, and apparently they've changed their name. I don't know if they've changed ownership or not, but I hopefully have help them replace my my occasional borscht visits, more than occasional. It's all right. You can imagine what it tastes like, and it will fill you up. But yeah, sorry, I didn't engage with the Steam stuff that you said. I'm glad you're making progress. I know, like, especially when I have a really quiet day on the channel, like today, it kind of feels like I'm preaching to the converted when it comes to talking about your game. But I also feel like asking you about progress. I mean, number one, it's just nice to, like, I don't know, I feel like I don't do as much as I should. So I get to live vicariously through other people following their dreams and ambitions. I really should be buying another truck here. But it is also just a subtle way that I can get people to ask, oh, what game are you working on? So, oh, that's good to hear. I'm sorry more people aren't asking. I suspect probably they'll want to see the finished product. This is actually a point I wound up making in I was writing another thing for Kit Fox, and like, it's really, really wonderful to see Dwarf Fortress, do as well as it has. I think they even got like a banner on Steam today, so that obviously is gonna help boost their sales. I mean, like, this is such a hard one to make comparisons to, right? Because, you know, how many people are, you know, you're gonna say, oh yeah, all you need to do is like work on a game for 20 years and have, you know, this really, you know, really dedicated fan base that's willing to support you, support you over that time, you know, so you can work on it full time. And as long as you do that, you know, you too can make it on the front page of Steam. I mean, even then, like, the thing to remember is that, like, it was a premium product they sold. There was money that I believe Kitfox put up. Again, I don't have the specific details on how that deal worked, but from what I read on Reddit, I believe there is, like, a split that gets inverted once Kitfox recoups their investment. So even then, with that really fanatical fan base, you know, there was capital that was put on the line to bring that thing to the product that's the success. And, you know, I'm doing the analysis that I can, and we obviously know from the forecasts, like, it's hard to compare stuff to Dwarf Fortress because it is a very unique game, and it's obviously now a very successful one. And if your benchmarks are like, other massively successful games. So it's like, you know, oh yeah, my comps are like The Witness and Braid and Super Meat Boy and Binding of Isaac, and like, I'm just trying to like think of all the people who were in Indie Game the movie. I guess Phil Fish isn't really making games anymore, at least that we know. But you know, like, I think it's fair to say, like, it's good to have ambition and all that, but, you know, maybe we need to...
Ah, Founder, I suppose I can make some time for you, if you wish to chat. No doubt you know about the countless lives saved via my brilliant inclement weather prediction system on Earth. Countless! It's no wonder I have so many imposters who insist that I was not the brains behind the operation, my sister among them. But I'm sure you understand, as a founder, that one's enemies are always trying to discredit you out of sheer jealousy. I'd feel sorry for my poor dear of a sister, really, if she weren't so insistent on getting the law and related bureaucracy involved. All that red tape, and for what? That's what I like about being here on Titan now. None of those rules, none of that pesky due diligence or bane of my life, ethics boards. That's why we'll do great things here, Founder. Just you wait. Brilliant research is just around the corner.
Just needs to find another dupe to take the role. But yeah, like, it's, you know, it's one of these things, right, where, like, if you can definitely take, like, the wrong lessons from it. And again, it's important, in my view, it's important to acknowledge not just the effort that was put in ahead of time, but the extra effort that was put in to the product that is available on Steam, which is not the same as the product of that 20 years of work. That was extra work on top of it. And as a rhetorical point, I'm actually kind of bothered about the way that... So, like, again, I have to acknowledge the way that people responded to the article that I wrote. And one thing that, you know, I kind of feel like I'm going to have to do, but I won't feel very good about doing it, is that there will be sort of Dwarf Fortress and the other Kitfox games. And the thing is that the other Kitfox games are not just some other category. These are actually really good games. Like, Moonhunters is still wonderful, and the multiplayer, apparently Unity stopped supporting, like, the multiplayer stuff that they had, so it's less of a game than it was when it first came out. But I really still think that is a wonderful, wonderful game that people should have a chance to experience. I quite liked Lucifer Within Us. I thought it was a shame that people were really critical about its length. when it first came out, and I'm delighted that that game is now above. I think it's back to mostly positive on its Steam rating. And there's specific things that I think Kit Fox did to help that. But I guess the big thing that I think, so again, I have to acknowledge the way people are gonna, like, the biggest thing is that you want to avoid people saying, this is not a useful comparison because Dwarf Fortress is a special case. But I think one of the problems that I have with the idea of the rhetorical style of saying, Dwarf Fortress and the other Kit Fox games is that it denies the fact that, like, those other Kit Fox games laid the foundation to produce the success that everybody is rightly celebrating right now. It's not just any company that would have been a good fit for a publisher. I actually have the 2 books that Tarn Adamson and Tanya Short co-edited together. And, again, like, obviously, Dwarf Fortress by any measure is a tremendous achievement as a game, like, beside, its financial success. And I can say, like, I don't talk about the stuff that isn't already publicly available, but Tanya did tweet out sort of saying that it depends on how you measure it. So I noticed that Simon Careless said that, I believe it's Carless, wrote that Dwarf Fortress had sold hundreds of copies within the first hundreds of thousands of copies within the first 24 hours. I will note that the specific tweet that Tanya put out said that we hit this within the first 24 hours. I think a fair reading of that would be the point estimate of 160,000 units. She's likely not referring to the confidence intervals. And so, with that in mind, there may be an overestimation in terms of how many units Dwarf Fortress has sold. But still, the only game that's beating it on the global top sellers right now is Apex Legends. It's above, Modern Warfare. It's above Marvel Midnight Suns. It's above a Steam Deck, I believe. And so, it's, obviously the financial, it's nice to see that financial success follow the, the technical and creative achievement that is that game. But again, right, like, Kit Fox did have a role to play in it, and there were things that were done to make that the game that we're celebrating, the product that people are enjoying. And I sort of feel like that's not a small effort. That is the product of a lot of, I suspect, uncertainty and hard work on the part of Kit Fox. And I'm also not specifically I'm talking about the people at the top just because they're a nice sort of representation of it. But obviously everybody who worked at Kit Fox. So a specific shout out to Victoria Tran, actually, who was the one who managed to get me access to some of the data to do the stuff that I'm doing. And yeah, there's a side of me that I acknowledge the fact that I kind of have to do that division, otherwise people are not going to listen to the conclusion. And obviously, I want people to, like, the best would be for people to engage with the data work that I'm doing, right? And with that in mind, you have to be able to, sort of meet people where they are. And that's, like, especially for the gaming stuff, it's really, really hard, because I was not, I still wind up seeing some reactions that really surprise me in terms of what people take away from some of the data stuff. But yeah, I don't know. I think probably what I'll just do is, like, I'll write it all in an article in terms of sort of how I feel that it's not fair to just reduce that foundational work to also RAN, or in service to Dwarf Fortress. Because again, Lucifer Within Us, Paparazzi, which is published by them, Six Ages, again, Ride Like the Wind, again, that's published by them, Shrouded Isle, Moon Hunters, Shattered Planet, In fact, I just actually saw a GDC talk by, I believe it's Execution Labs, who I think initially founded them. They actually, I don't know if Execution is looking for your sort of thing, Vanguard, but that might be, I think you were talking about like approaching Microsoft, but there are a few people who do early stage financing. Essentially, they buy equity in you and you use that to finance your game. I think it's, the talk was Advanced Entrepreneurship, How Not to Fall Apart or something like that. That's probably a talk you might want to check out. Just because, again, it's one of the financing people who you, if you've not already started talking to them, they might, debating the idea of reaching out. Okay. So yeah, I don't know, that might be a useful talk. The thing is though, like I understand every time you like see a talk or you know, read an article or something like that, that's time that you're taking away from development. And I know that's a priority for you because right now you're self-financing. But yeah, I don't know. I found it wasn't like again, I don't work in this space, so the interest to me was more academic than anything. But I was interested in what he had to say. And sometimes where these things become interesting are also like the points where I sort of think, is that right? And like, again, I kind of need to know where my place in this is, so I don't always like saying, you know, I 100% disagree with this. This person's obviously, you know, doesn't know what they're talking about. That's not really where I'm going with it. But I do think it's sometimes nice to have a talk where you sometimes kick against the boundaries. Like it's not, I don't think there's, so for some things you want to be right and you want to like know you're right. But sometimes it's actually good to be a bit off. Like sometimes it can be more instructive to learn from when things don't work exactly the way that you were planning. And I tend to find for myself, when there's a talk that there's just a little bit of disagreement I have, that can, I feel like that can actually be sometimes a bit more informative for me than articles where I, you know, agree 100% with everything that was said. And I think the reason for that is maybe less about the articles themselves, but the fact that because I was paying enough attention to disagree, it wound up sort of serving this useful purpose. Okay. Anyways, I'm slightly disappointed I'm not seeing, you know, trucks just rolling off and filling up the smokestack. I'm actually kind of wondering why that is. Certainly a lot of cleanup happening. But oh my goodness. Yeah, I'm really sorry to hear that, Vanguard Master. I mean, I definitely feel like, well, again, I mean, we've sort of talked about this before. Like, you're an adult, so you're sort of in a position to say, you know, what your comfort level for risk and stuff like that is. Just kidding about the last part. Okay, cool. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I sort of feel like you're... this is kind of the same I would say to anyone. Like, you know, people are adults. They sort of decide what their tolerance for risk is. And, you know, like, sometimes it's just a question, you know... Sometimes maybe it's just a bet. Like, it's almost like a form of consumption, right? Like, you know, it's like, I'm not going to university for this degree so that I get a job. I'm going to university for this degree so that I can, you know, I can study this thing that means a lot to me. So the reason I give that specific example is I would really like to learn Latin. I actually bought a Latin textbook. But I feel like if I were to actually take a course on it, or multiple courses, I would probably make more progress in terms of my learning. And now, I mean, that would probably be like a continuing education thing, right? I'm probably not like going for I'm not like going to try and get a second, you know, degree or anything like that. Well, does the master count as a second degree? Anyway, like whatever, you know, degree, whatever the proper term for it would be. Sorry, that probably sounds like the worst kind of humble brag, but not so humble, I guess. But yeah, I mean, like, again, I'm probably not going to produce a new translation of Livy or something. I'm not good enough to translate Ovid, that's for sure. But you know, there would be value in that, for me at least, the satisfaction of learning that, being able to engage with that that kind of material. For me at least, would be something I would see value in on its own. Oh, I'm glad I didn't do that during the workday. I was really scared for a second. But like, on the other hand, if someone were to like go into debt, and their dream was to be like the next Bernard Knox, like, that was a pretty unique classicist. Like, I don't know if there ever will be another Bernard Knox. And if you don't know who that is, like, that's not the end of the world, but like, just, if you read certain old texts in translation, there's a very high chance that he will be one of the people writing the foreword for it, because he was very gifted at being able to sort of communicate what made some of these works worthwhile. I'm debating running the road around the edge here, but I feel like I shouldn't have to, because this should already be connected to the factory. But yeah, like, obviously, if there was an expectation in terms of return for it, you'd probably say someone was like, maybe something other than classics. But yeah, I don't know. Like, it's just one of these things. Like, everybody kind of decides what their risk profile is. I think one of the things for me is that my job doesn't really afford me a lot of leisure, and I think part of that is because I keep doing some of these volunteer projects and things like Twitch and all of that. Like, Twitch does wind up taking up quite a bit of a week. 9 hours minimum doesn't seem like a lot compared to a week, but add like 5 days of work in that, then add the time that you spend on the YouTube videos, you know, add sleep, and like, all of a sudden those are precious hours. But like, I don't know, like, it's a hard one. It's a very difficult one to sort of decide when to switch off, because, you know, you have an audience and an expectation. So like, if you want to break, that's one thing. If you don't know when you're coming back, it would be nice to sort of inform people about that, particularly people who are subbing to you. And of course, once you do that, there's the possibility you don't get your audience back. And I think that's one reason why some people might actually be streaming longer than they enjoy it. By the way, that is not a coded reference to me saying I don't enjoy streaming anymore and I'm going to quit. Just for those of you who are worried about the implications of that. I will communicate well in advance when I even think I'm approaching that. But the one thing I've said, I've always kind of hoped that the relative flexibility that my current position offers me compared to, say, when I was working in camera or some of the other things, that it would allow me to sort of follow, you know, certain ambitions that I had, right? Comparing oneself to Einstein is just asking for trouble. But, like, you know, obviously he was a clerk at the patent office, and he did tremendous physics work while he was a clerk at the patent office. There's certainly a lot of writers that I really enjoy who had day jobs while they were writing. You know, I think it's probably fair to say that there are a lot more writers who people love and are like names who support themselves through means other than their writing. And that probably doesn't get talked about as often as maybe it should. But I don't know, I've always kind of had this hope that I would be able to do something like that for my own, you know, like the work that I have. But the other thing that I sort of realize is that I don't really know if... That's so interesting that they're moving to this one instead of this one. Over 1 point of livability, of all things. does give me a little more time on the storage, though, I guess, so that's kind of nice. But yeah, like, so there's that side where it's like, you know, it's nothing worth like completely throwing your life into upheaval over. But the other thing that I kind of need to acknowledge for myself is that as nice as that idea is, it is also kind of worth acknowledging that it's hard for me to tell whether or not some of the stuff I haven't achieved is the result of me if it's the result of me not managing my time well, and so, you know, the time I spend doing this research for, you know, games, I like doing that, but it comes at a cost. Or is it the fact that I'm actually not able to get as much done because I'm doing my, like, regular job thing? And if it's the former, that's a matter of kind of identifying what I value and what my priorities should be better. And if it's the latter, then I actually need to think pretty carefully about what I want out of life. And, you know, that may mean the big scary job of, like, you know, leaving work and following some sort of dream project. Although I'll be honest with you, I'm not 100% sure what a dream project would be. You know, I talk a lot about games, but I don't know. I would be surprised if a game wound up being the thing that was sort of like, yeah, I'm throwing myself out there. But then again, what else would I do? I guess couldn't imagine doing a film. I don't know. I'm probably more risk averse than the people who make games. Either way, though, good luck, and please do take care of yourself.
You're still here, Council Puppet. Haven't you learned your lesson? There's no room for Council sympathizers on this moon.
I hope we're prepared for this, Founder.
So do I.
Let's show Zorn what we can do.
I have no idea why this transport hub is idle, but I think I'm going to convert a bunch of workers. I think I'm going to build... Streaming would be able to pay the bills. Would you do Twitch on a full-time basis? That's a really interesting question. So I could see myself dedicating... So one thing I do regret is that I don't get through as many games as I would like. I do think one consideration would be it couldn't just be I make a comparable wage to... it couldn't just be that I make a comparable wage to what I do now on Twitch. I think I would need to have some kind of extra that I get. And like leaving aside the... Like, there's other factors that you think of, right? So you think of, like, benefits, you think of, you know, pension plans or whatever. And, like, you know, at this age, it's like you don't like thinking about that stuff. That's, like, far in the future. But the point... Like, I know enough about... personal finance that, like, if you wait until you actually start thinking about that stuff, you have missed out on so much of a growth opportunity, right? So I will confess, like, the amount that I would sort of need to see from Twitch is a pretty unrealistic amount. Like, the thing that's funny about it is to make the number that I think would compel me to go full time on this, it would actually not be as far to turn into, like, one of those, like, big... Because, like, this is the thing. It's a little bit like acting, right? Like, there's a bunch of people who kind of scrape by as actors, but there's also some people who do spectacular spectacularly well because they can open a movie and they're like worth every penny in that sense. I love the details that they have here in terms of pieces like breaking off the turret and that. So like the thing is that I kind of feel like there's not a whole lot of space in the middle, and so like the amount that would be meaningful for me would potentially, like, it would be as good as sort of saying is like, oh yeah, I'm gonna be like one of those people with, you know, tens of thousands of people watching them, and like, okay, you know, that's a nice ambition and all, but like also not maybe a very realistic one, especially for my style. So it's one that I will confess I've never put too much serious thought into, for the simple reason that I sort of understand enough about the distribution of earnings on Twitch, and I also sort of understand what I would need as sort of like an amount to entice me to move from the relative comfort that I have to move on. Now, if I was building something that if I were to be building something that I think had some sort of stream of cash flows. So like the thing about Twitch that bothers me a little bit is that it's kind of like expecting... Okay, look, I'm sorry to give this example, but I'm going to. Like Fox News or not, the like Tucker Carlson
You and
kind
I
of
both know why you won, Founder. You take the Council's blood money. One day, there will be a reckoning, and you'll get the punishment you deserve.
Thanks for squashing that little pest for us, Founder. Zoran Gorek is the deluded leader of a pack of freak failures. He poses no threat to the Council. Make sure you crush him the next time he comes around, Founder.
I would believe Einar if she wasn't just so insistent that he's not a threat. But yeah, so like, you know, again, I'm not trying to say that this is a good thing, but like if you think of something like the kinds of shows that Fox does, like the Tucker Carlson, they are incredibly profitable. It's also fair to say that they probably don't make a lot of money in terms of like reruns. It's a show that is profitable, but that profit sort of depends on that type of host remaining relevant to their audience and being able to say things about like contemporary matters. And like, again, the only reason I'm making that analogy is just so I can kind of talk about the value of Twitch stuff. And I think the big problem, and the reason why I'd be very reluctant to try and do sort of like full-time Twitch unless I was making serious money, is that the time that I spend developing, that's going to cost me more energy than I have. I need to put down another energy plant. So yeah, the catch here is that it's like the money that I would be making just off of... that's also really interesting to see that the truck wound up going to the office rather than... Huh. I feel like there's a big gap in the cleanup. Okay, anyways. So yeah, the big challenge here would be that there's all of this time spent developing something that is generating money so long as I keep doing it. But once I stop doing it, there isn't any kind of access to a cash flow when I stop. Whereas in theory, you know, if your game reaches a certain level of success, you would expect there to be sort of a stream of cash flows that come in. Like, so I think the one thing that you hope when you're making a game is that it's not just that you make, like, it's not just that you break even on your investment, which is already quite difficult for people to do, I think. But the hope is that the stream of cash flows that comes in from that game is equal to what you maybe would have expected if you went to a bank and like asked for a GIC or something like that. or whatever, like GIC may not be the best comparison because obviously doing a game entails a certain amount of risk. So like you would maybe want some sort of risk-adjusted return. And so like maybe if you put it into like an index fund or whatever. The thing is, like, the more I talk about personal finance stuff, I think the more people just like their eyes are gonna roll back in their head and just say, "Please stop talking now. I can't bear this anymore." But yeah, hopefully, like, oh damn it, I'm doing this in the middle of the workday. Cease. But yeah, anyways, that's an overly long answer to what's actually a fairly simple question. I would not rule it out, but the thing is that the types of skills that I develop as a Twitch broadcaster and the product that I'm investing into, not entirely sure that that's the sort of thing that I would then be able to sort of pivot and turn into something else. And in fairness, like I've already done that once with film, right? Like the camera work that I didn't exactly prep me for work as an economist. Although oddly enough, I did actually wind up talking with someone who wanted to know more about that business, and it did actually wind up helping a project.
Founder, returning so soon? Really, I thought you, of all people, would know that science takes time and patience. But oh, I suppose I can run you through some of my work, difficult as it is to explain to a layperson. Okay. Oh, how about this? There are several modded employees who work for me, and, well, I have been trying to see if any of these artifacts that look vaguely electronic in nature are able to interact with the mods. Isn't that a fine research project? The interaction we were able to achieve could be viewed as minor, very minor, to anyone who doesn't know what we're doing. Early breakthroughs are easily dismissed, but they are very important in the grand scheme. Still, it may take some time before we see more results. So please don't be alarmed if I don't have anything to show for a long, long time. That is the nature of the beast. Science doesn't wear a stopwatch. That's what I always say. Now, leave me to it, or I'll never get anything done.
I do like this character. Ayana's still my favorite, but yeah, so, again, in contrast, if you make a film, you would expect some kind of residuals, particularly if it's self-financed. You'd either sell that to a distributor or, I mean, God forbid you try to get into distribution yourself, but, again, you're expecting some sort of a return off of that. And the difficulty I see... Now, again, some people are making good money on Twitch. I'm not saying it can't be done. But it would seem to me that the skills that I'm cultivating, the abilities that I'm focusing on doing that, I would be concerned that I'm putting myself in a position either if I didn't want to do Twitch anymore or if I couldn't do Twitch anymore. Because obviously I don't control the platform and I don't control the audience of that platform. It could be that streaming just stops being a thing. In that case, I feel that I would be setting myself up for a pretty tough transition. And I sort of feel like there are other ways that I can do and achieve the sorts of things that I want without having to go full-time on Twitch. Yeah, anyways, that's my big, long, crazy answer. I'm going to guess that there's going to be no progress on this until this gets cleaned out. So I'm going to leave it be, but I do want to dismantle these and move on. You don't consider that a simple question. Like you pointed out, there are a lot of factors to consider when answering, and there are things that most people don't consider. They simply say, oh yeah, get paid to play games all day. I'll totally do it. Yeah, I mean, presumably that's what some people think QA is, but that's obviously not what QA is. Shout out to Alexa and Bahar, and probably other Dakota. I think. I feel like I might be missing other QAs. I was gonna say it's only a simple question if you're a simple person, but you don't know what anyone else would have answered. So yeah, again, like I am also kind of branded by my studies, right? So I may give, like again, the other thing is, I would be lying if I said, if I didn't admit that I would like to try and do something entrepreneurial. I definitely know there is a certain restlessness that I have, and it seems to align with some of the things that the people I sort of know who have wound up sort of founding businesses and such. It does sort of feel familiar to some of the things I hear from them. But I don't know, like also like founding a business on its own, like probably isn't that, like, what am I going to do? What service or what thing do I do that people need and I can feel good and like, because again, the other thing to remember about me is that like out of school, I had a pretty serious consideration to do work for a consultant. And it would sort of be the sort of like transfer pricing, making very wealthy people a lot richer. And I'm not actually opposed to doing that kind of work. It pays very, very well. But I was sort of like, I don't know, like I'm not quite at the stage where maybe I can try and do something. So I went for something maybe a slightly more idealistic. And I actually kind of regret that choice. I'm not particularly happy with the place where I wound up working, and it in many ways does feel in some ways like a very small-minded place. So yeah, I mean, with that in mind, I'm not entirely sure the correct answer for me is, oh yeah, so now I'm going to turn around and see if I can get the sweet consulting gig, right? No, that's not the right answer. But clearly there's something that makes me feel the way that I do, and I need to think, what's an effective way for me to try and achieve some of those things that give me that feeling of restlessness. And again, if I had an easy answer for that, I'd probably be able to give people life advice too. But yeah, the big challenge is that I'm not, like, I like Twitch, and I don't regret doing Twitch. Actually, one thing that surprised me a lot when I was considering a job for Ubisoft, the first question someone said, "Oh, a streaming thing or something else?" And it was fascinating to me that someone did not immediately assume that the type of work that I would do would be anything other than data work. Like I just take that for granted. I would never associate myself with making money streaming. And yet I have actually made money streaming. And not that specific person, but someone sort of adjacent to that person has actually paid me to do broadcast. So yeah, part of it's also just kind of a conception of self. That's what I thought in high school, which is why I had this dream of working for Blizzard and playing World of Warcraft all day and getting paid for it. I mean, you can still apply to Blizzard. You'd be a member of a union. There's actually this hypothesis that I have. I would have loved to study this, but I'm not entirely sure who you'd talk to try and set up like a study like this. But I would love to know, particularly in Canada, whether or not the presence of companies like Ubisoft and Electronic Arts, Square Enix, Funcom, this sort of stuff, whether or not that had a role to play in the development of the game industry, so that essentially you have Canadians who are working for these larger developers, developing a set of skills, and turning around, taking those skills and making their own games out of that. Because that also gives you some ideas about what a potential sort of journey for game developers might be. Like, would it make sense? Like, would it make sense to tell people who are, let's say, in a games college of some kind, it's actually a really good idea to go and work at a publisher for a while. And I know a lot of you want to go and make your own games, but if you go and do your time in a publisher, you're going to make a bunch of mistakes at a time when they're not something that's potentially fatal to your existing project, right? You will learn things that are important, and you'll learn the things that will allow you to make your dream project when you're ready to set out and make your mark. To a certain extent, that seems like good advice. I don't know if that's true or not. Again, I'm just sort of basing this on a, something that seems like it could be true. But then the drawback to that is if it turns out that's not good advice, if it turns out that actually what this successfully does is it delays people who really should be going out there and doing their own thing, what you've done is you've put them on what could even be path dependency. You could potentially be putting them in a situation where they never realize those projects that they want to do, because instead they rely on the safety of or relative safety of the position that they got at this developer, waiting to make the game that they wanted, and they wind up not making the game that they wanted. And obviously that would be a really terrible thing to do to someone. So again, it's kind of like, depending on what the advice is, there's this context that usually kind of matters. But yeah, like whether or not that's a sufficiently interesting question for, say, a paper or something like that. I am genuinely curious whether or not there is a story to be told about Canadian game development and foreign direct investment. I kind of think there is. I think there's just too many stories, and you look at the biographies of people who make, noteworthy. So like, off the top of my head, so I believe Kitfox has ex-Funcom. Red Barrel's former EA and Ubisoft. What are some of the others? Actually, weirdly enough, if I think of Brace Yourself, I know of developers that Ryan Clark has founded and sold. So like, he has worked for a larger company, but he may have worked for a larger company because he sold his company to them. So that might actually be a counterexample. PopCap might be another one, like Jason Kapalka, who now has a Stormcrow Tavern and a Mysterious Package Company. The people who make Adventure Capitalist, based in Kelowna, I believe they got started doing Club Penguin for Disney. I'm also trying to remember, because like some of these also wind up acquired, so it's yeah, those are the ones that I can think of off the top of my head. So it's not a slam dunk by any means, but I don't know. I just feel that story of I feel like that story of did some time for a major developer. Actually, again, so I was talking about designer notes, and Subset Games met each other in 2K China. So, they were working on baseball games. And then Ludon, actually. So Tynan Sylvester's company, again, I know he worked on at minimum 2K. I feel like there were probably some others there. But yeah, so, just there's enough there to sort of suggest that there's probably something to be said about how skills came over the border in the form of foreign direct investment and allowing people to sort of develop their talent. And then that talent went out, and some of them continue to work for these companies that that made that initial investment in Canada, but a large number of them also sort of saw what they needed to develop the skills that they needed, and then went out and did their own thing. And again, knowing whether or not that relationship is solid will definitely mean the difference between whether or not you recommend to someone, hey, take some time to learn. Actually, so yeah, one of the people I was talking to, took some time in a year working for large studios, and if you read something that they've written, you can actually get a very clear idea why they do not want to work for a large studio anymore. And they actually gave me some advice when I was trying to decide whether or not I should take the Ubisoft job or not. They're actually really good. There wasn't any tea. Like I didn't. I wouldn't be able to infer from any of that advice. Here's who hates. Here's the people who hate each other at famous developer number 1 or something like that. But between that and then reading something that they wrote about that time, I actually got a very clear idea of why some people don't like working for large developers. I know definitely why they don't want to work for a larger developer. I'm probably enough of a cog in the machine that I would feel comfortable in it. But again, I have relative comfort in my existing position. So, to consider a games industry job, I'm putting myself in a considerably more precarious position. And the question is, what satisfaction does that get me? And more importantly, if I am looking for satisfaction in my current role, what am I doing wrong where I am right now? One of those things is spending an hour past time purely monologuing about myself and not talking about Titan. So sorry about that. But I did promise you some reading. So I think we are going to say goodnight to Industries of Titan. I'm really interested in this new update, so looking forward to doing that again. Is it really 1 a.m? Yikes. I have to be at work very soon. It's the 8th today, right? Well, 7th. But yeah, no, I'm definitely looking forward to getting back to this, but no, it's a very short article. So, and I do actually want to share this. So, curious how many of you endured me going on at length. Oh, there's more of you than I was expecting. Okay. I am definitely going to host someone, so I'd appreciate it if you hang out. But before I go, for those of you who don't know me, I do some writing. And this was actually one of those nice ones where somebody retweeted it. So this got a lot more attention than my usual stuff. So let me zoom in. Some of you like complaining when the screen goes bright. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ah. All right. According to WordPress, this is a 3-minute read. The ultimate guide to Steam wishlists in 2023. Vanguard Master, I swear if you take notes, you have to eat it. Steam wishlists are a leading indicator of a game's success and a significant area of focus for developers. They are used to forecast a game's sales and to break into the coveted Steam front page. Despite the significant attention they receive, there are a lot of mysteries as to how wishlists work. The number required to break into the popular upcoming section seems to range from 10,000 to 50,000, depending on who you ask, and the common conversion rates for wish lists to sales often exceed Valve's own averages. One consensus is that it is better to have more wish lists than less, and so this article is the ultimate guide to getting wish lists for your studio in 2023. Maximizing natural wish lists. The singlest greatest event for acquiring wish lists is announcing a game. Every game studied brought in the largest number of wish lists during its announcement, and even the best days after the announcement were a mere shadow of what was acquired on the announcement day. This is not just limited to games in the sample, as games that have posted wishlist data online, even as a graph, show a clear spike on announcement day, and all subsequent peaks are a fraction of the initial burst. The message could not be clearer. Announce your game. In fact, announce as many games as you can. If you can manage one game announcement a day, you will easily maximize your potential for wishlists. Of course, it's also important not to overwork, particularly as an independent developer. If announcing once a day isn't possible, you can still significantly improve the number of wishlists your studio gets by setting a consistent schedule of game announcements. Maybe try announcing a new game once a week and see if you can ramp up to a faster cadence. Maximizing earnings. Another secret that only a few developers have taken advantage of is to pay people to wishlist your game. Think the money would be better put towards the game? Maybe, but then you're just competing with all the other developers trying to make money the old-fashioned way, and that is a very saturated market. Mike Rose of No More Robots estimates that 1/3 of the sales from Descenders and Not Tonight came from wishlists. Here's a quick math formula that will blow your mind. Take the price you'll charge for the game and divide by 3. Let's call that number X. Pay as many people between 1 cent and X to wishlist your game as you can. So long as you can find more people to wishlist, this strategy can generate infinite money. You may find this difficult to keep up with along with your game announcements, so if you can't generate an infinite stream of wishlists, you can still calculate your return on paying wishlisters with price divided by 3 times wishlisters minus average spend per wishlist times wishlisters, or just price divided by 3 minus the average spend per wishlist times wishlisters. Economics says that the price will increase the more developers do this, so expect the price for wishlists to go up over time. Loss prevention. The last tip is to focus on another overlooked tactic for wishlists. Acquiring wishlists is one thing, but you can improve your total by preventing the loss of wishlists. Ignoring this is probably one of the biggest mistakes even established developers make. In fact, it seems like the more established a developer gets, the more they ignore this tip. I guess money makes you out of touch. The biggest single event that causes the loss of wishlists is releasing a game. You can tell that this is overlooked by the fact that none of the published wishlist charts ever show the attrition rate, but among the games studied, every single one saw the largest decrease in wishlists on release day. In fact, the drop in wishlists was identical to the number of games sold, so we're talking about tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of wishlists completely vanishing because of the same easily avoidable error. That's months, even years of effort gone in one day. The takeaway is simple. Do not release your game. Not releasing your game allows your existing wishlist acquisition methods to run as long as possible and, more importantly, avoids losing them to the kind of mistake so basic that the majority of first-time developers avoid it. These 3 simple steps will supercharge your wishlists. Even 1 or 2 of these will amplify your efforts, but if you follow all 3, you will get exactly the results you deserve, and you will be the talk of all your peers. So, just in case anybody's taking this the wrong way, disclaimer. I hate that I even have to say this, but the article is not serious. For heaven's sake, please don't try any of this. So needless to say, I did not want to put the disclaimer in, but yeah, too late. I did run this by a couple of game developers and they enjoyed the article, but they said, it's like, one of them said, is like, well, like, do you really want an article like this to be beside your other data stuff? And I was like, well, I don't know, like, do I really want to work with people who can't tell the difference between a serious and a satirical article? And then I sort of thought, is like, even if there is a very, very small chance that somebody is actually going to like go out and pay for wish lists, I'd feel really bad if that happened. So I don't know. I chose to I chose to do the disclaimer even though I felt a little bad about it. I'm just trying to see who's online. I got 2 people that I can go. I had to throw you a follow on Twitter based on this article. I am frantically trying to reach for your pen without getting up off the chair. Yeah, I don't know. It's just like, it's nice to have a little fun, and it doesn't hurt things to sort of put the disclaimer in on the bottom. So we've got Brian on the Rocks, who was really nice. Actually, here we go. Let's see. You know what? We are talking about game dev stuff, so I'm going to do a shout out for Brian on the Rocks. He's currently playing. Yeah, I'm going to host Valiant Cheese. So Brian on the Rocks works for Respawn, currently working on that space samurai game, Jedi something. But I'm going to raid Valiant Cheese, who is a really encouraging sort of open developer. He's actually one of the people who got to see that article early. And he is working on a patch for what he's calling an experimental sci-fi first-person ice skating combat game, which is obviously a genre that is about to unseat Dwarf Fortress as sort of the leading light of Steam. But yeah, I need to wrap up. I actually owe someone a little bit of data work before I go to bed. So thank you everybody for watching. I'm sorry to spend so much time talking about myself. I'll try to get better on that. I will try to be on time for streaming on Friday. I'm feeling very worn out, and there's a lot that I need to get done still. But we'll see how it goes. I will try to be back for Friday, and we'll figure out what we're going to play then. But until then, thank you very much for watching, and we will see you in the next one.